Good morning. We can then start with our meeting. I'm told the venue was being renovated, so there are issues with aircons. So they're trying to get, so we'll not close this door, but close the last door, so that there is an airflow in the room. I know already Ngumalo is struggling, but you will have to bear with us. Possibly the issues of fans will be sorted out. Welcome to the first portfolio committee of the year. Those who would have forgotten, my name is Khomoto Enthea Ramolobe, the portfolio committee chair. You're welcome, honorable members. The team is short. We're missing Ms. James, we're missing Mr. Moali. Those are the two members we are short of. The department, which is led by the minister, the deputy minister, and the national commissioner, I see you are in full force. We don't see any new familiar face. All are familiar faces. Jigs in the presence as well. That the Mutsundi. PMG, it's good to have you back. Welcome everyone. Let me also send an appreciation to the team that was part of the security cluster media briefing to give support, which was led by Dr. Musoma. The support in the media briefing was highly appreciated, as it was able to, as and when there are questions that needed recent stats, you were able to provide, so that we do not leave the media with information that is not truthful. So the media briefing went extremely well, and the support was highly appreciated. Let's keep it in that way, so that it shows that there is a working relation between the department, executive, including the portfolio committee. We'll then start with our meeting. But before we do, let's not assume that everyone knows everyone. We need to know who's in the room, so that we know who we are going to engage with. I will introduce honorable members and welcome. We have a new member, an alternate member, to Honorable Betty Diale, Honorable Carl, who has joined the team. We have also a new member, Honorable Daniels. Possibly he will not make today's meeting because we've been struggling to get hold of him. He is replacing Honorable Jonas. And we have a twist. We have Honorable Moali, who is now an alternate to the portfolio committee. So we're waiting the MK to give us a full member who will also be joining Ubab Gasa. So this is an inclusion of the new recent AC that is made by political parties to the portfolio committee. We have Honorable Mrs. Ngaba, Honorable Carl. We have Honorable Wela. We have Honorable Claude. We have Bab Gasa. And then we have Honorable Sokop at the back. The team that is assisting my office, we have at the back The two ladies at the back just winking at me. I don't know whether the wings are saying, don't do it, don't do it. We have Vera at the black t-shirt. We have Spare next to her. That's a team that assists my office. We have Mr. Matabata on my far right. You can't miss them because they're always next to me. And then you have the one that manages everything. So if there is a hiccup or anything that we might have communicated as the portfolio committee that is wrong, you must come for Sia. He's the one. So that's the team from the portfolio committee. We have Bab Makaleni next to the PMG. That's a team that assists us in the portfolio committee that makes sure that we have everything we need before the portfolio committee to be processed. Minister, I'll give it to yourself to be able to introduce your team that you are leading today.
Thank you, Chair. Honourable members, allow me, I know the custom is that after January, the year has passed almost, but do allow me to wish you all a very prosperous 2025. It's hard work lying ahead, and I do believe we can take hands and we can serve the people of South Africa. Also, having said that, Chair, I also want to make use of this opportunity from the side of the department and the ministry. I also want to thank the whole team who worked together, that the Department of Correctional Services and me, myself as Minister, was the only department in the JCPS cluster who answered all questions in Parliament. And I want to thank them for their hard work, because it's a team effort, and we have set the example, and we will carry on that. For today's meeting, I have the Deputy Minister, Honourable Ntali. I have my Chief of Staff. Why are you smiling? It's correct. She's always worrying whether I'm going to pronounce it correctly. I know you. My Chief of Staff, Mr. Peter Kilian. My PA is on her way. If she didn't come in yet, Ulofsen. I also have Vuyo Laku, who's my parliamentary liaison officer. And then, of course, the National Commissioner, Mr. Tobakhale, and he will introduce his team. They are all here. And on that note, I also want to say that I think this meeting and the two subjects are good related to each other, because the infrastructure has an effect also on the overcrowding. So I want to start to say, and I said it last year, I count on this committee to support the department when it comes to funds as far as correctional services are concerned. And I want to say again, for the last 5 years, our budget was cut by 11.7 billion rand. We have huge challenges. We do from our side our best to see what we can get, but the committee must also play an important role to ensure that we get more funds so that we can be more effective. Because without money, you have a lot of limitations. So, Chair, thank you. On that note, I hand over to the National Commissioner to introduce his team. Thank you.
Greetings and thank you, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable Members. Thank you, Minister, Deputy Minister. From the Office of the Deputy Minister, we have the PLO, Mr. Fakute, who is sitting there at the back. We have the Head of Office, Mr. Musweni He's sitting here. And we have from the department, the administration side, Mr. Ngumalo, who is responsible for communications, sitting behind me. And we have Mr. Zigalala, who's responsible for intergovernmental relations. He's sitting on my far right, next to Dr. Buerta, who's the Deputy Commissioner responsible for facilities. Mr. Zigalala is a Deputy Commissioner. Behind me, we have Dr. Musoma, who's the Deputy Commissioner responsible for the Office of the National Commissioner. And we have the Chief Deputy Commissioner, Ms. Molepo. She's responsible for the program Incarceration and Corrections. Yes, and yeah, the last one is myself. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, I will not venture into introducing the oversight body that is responsible for correctional services. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you so much, National Commissioner. Jigs?
Good morning, Honorable Chair, and good morning, honorable members, Honorable Minister, DM, National Commissioner. Yes, I have two of my colleagues with me from our office. Firstly, the Head of Legal Services, Madam Ngema, to my extreme left. And to my left, I have the Head of Corporate Services, Mr. Eddie Bruvis. And then obviously myself is joining the day's sitting, Vic Passer, CEO Jigs. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
National Commissioner?
Apologies, Honorable Chairperson. I forgot Ms. Carol Stradom. She is responsible for the Cape Town office. So if I don't introduce her, I might not make it to the next portfolio committee meeting.
I was about to introduce her because I saw you might have forgotten her. Is there any other organization that is here? I think let me welcome also the PLO of the Deputy Minister's Office. I think it's your first portfolio committee. We are very efficient, good behaving portfolio committee. We hope that you would catch up with the work and synchronize the office of the Deputy Minister with the portfolio committee work so that there is efficiencies in streaming the work that is expected. As indicated, colleagues, you are all welcome, and thank you for honoring the invite of the Portfolio Committee. We know it's a busy week this week, preparing for the State of the Nation address, but work requires to now unfold and continue. We've been having a very busy January, so now it's time to kickstart the work, so that equally we also prepare our oversight properly as the Portfolio Committee. We'll then move to item number 2 of the agenda, which is apologies. Sia.
Morning, Chair. Morning to the committee. We have no apologies, Chair. Only Honorable James indicated that she'll join us 30 minutes later or above. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We'll then move to item number 3 on the agenda, which is briefing by the Department on infrastructure project, all infrastructure project in all correctional facilities, so that the Portfolio Committee has an idea on what's currently happening in correctional facilities, so that equally we don't get to be shocked and surprised when we do oversight visits in correctional facilities and find state of infrastructure, as we did see in the oversight that happened in Gauteng. And this relates to Modderbee Correctional Facility and Baviaansport. So would want to get an essence of what are challenges that the department is facing, and are we still reliant on public works to enroll the infrastructure projects, or we have outsourced DBSA, or is it in partnership with IDT? And what are the statuses of projects that have been ensued since 2021, 2022? We know there are others, which is, I think it's Baviaansport, which would have, it's 4 years border, since they've been either renovations or, I'm not sure whether it's Baviaansport or it's a 500-bed space, which it takes 4,000, but you have an issue of Kutamas in Tumule, which took around 316 days to finish off a 3,028-bed space correctional facility. But with a 500-bed space capacity of a correctional facility, it takes us 4 years to complete. So those are some of the issues that the department must come and be able to assist the portfolio committee to understand what are core issues. Minister, you can then lead us with the report in the department. Thank you.
Chair, I give it to the National Commissioner. They can start.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. Thank you, Minister. The presentation on infrastructure will be presented by Dr. Botha, who's the Deputy Commissioner responsible for facilities in the department. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson. Good morning to the Honourable committee members. I also acknowledge the presence of our Minister and Deputy Minister, National Commission and colleagues. Chairperson, thank you for the opportunity to do this presentation. Chairperson, you will see it's quite a lengthy presentation, but I will try to summarize as far as possible. So we have prepared a presentation, and if we go to the next slide, Chairperson, you will see there's 11 items on the content, and I will go into the presentation now. So, Chairperson, you will see the purpose of the presentation is just to brief the Portfolio Committee on the status of DCS facilities infrastructure projects. And then, Chairperson and Minister, we've also supplemented this presentation with NHA that goes into detail on all the registered projects in the department. So it was too lengthy to put everything into the presentation, but we do have that NHA that we also circulated, NHA. Then, Chairperson, if I go to the background, slide number 4, and I think it was also articulated by the Honourable Minister, is that the poor condition of inherited infrastructure and a backlog for the creation of appropriate and cost-effective infrastructure impact on the effective achievement of corrections in South Africa. So we have this huge backlog in terms of infrastructure development in the department. And then also in terms of the problem linked to overcrowding is the poor condition of facilities and an inadequate condition of many correctional services to serve as centers of rehabilitation. So the majority of the infrastructure currently, especially the correctional centers, it was designed for warehousing of inmates, and since 1994 we started with a process to convert or transform prisons into correctional centers. Then, Chair, if we go to the next slide. So our strategic purpose in facilities is to provide physical infrastructure that supports safe custody, humane conditions, and the provisioning of correctional and development programs, cares, and general administration. So if you look at the second bullet there, in terms of our priorities, is to just transform the spatial vision of the department in terms of the National Spatial Development Framework Act, but also in compliance with Chapter 12 of the White Paper on Corrections 2005. Now, Chair, if we go to the next slide, it's just basically the summary of the infrastructure portfolio. As already indicated previously, the total number of correctional centers is 243. We have 46 management areas. And bullet number 3 is very important, Chairperson. A new generation correctional centers is only constitutes 6.2%. 15 of our correctional centers comply with the principles of unit management and advanced integrated security systems. Then we also have the 2 private public partnership correctional centers. And then in terms of our correctional, community corrections, 218. And then a very last bullet there, Chairperson, we have 11 bakeries, and that's something that there's a big drive to increase that, to enhance self-sufficiency, but also in terms of our spin-off in terms of rehabilitation on our inmates as well. So there's a big drive to increase our number of bakeries that we are totally independent from sourcing bread from the private sector. Then, Chair, I'm going to jump to the next slide, slide number 7. This is a very important slide, and it relates to the summary of revised bed spaces. So on a continuous basis, we do audits on available bed spaces because it have a direct implication on our performance, but also in terms of overcrowding. You'll see, Chairperson, for example, in September 2023, the total number of approved bed spaces was 104,558, and we did an audit in July 2024 again, and the approved bed space for that current financial year was 107,346. So just to give some perspective, Chair, in terms of that, we have a formula in terms of our square meters in our cells. So 3.34 squares equals 1 bed space. So it's not a total of beds that you can fit into a cell, but we use the formula to calculate the approved bed spaces. And this is also based on in terms of the bed space management framework, and also in terms of Auditor General of South Africa findings, where we're continuously revising the bed spaces. But there's also a big drive to regain bed spaces. For example, at Kutama, that the Chairperson already mentioned, with the refurbishment of Kutama, we've gained some bed spaces there, but there's also other projects, for example, for Beaufort in the Eastern Cape that we did in terms of own resources, and also Brandvlei that phase 1 was also completed, but we'll go into detail in terms of that as well, Chairperson. So, Chair, in the next slide is just a summary of the temporary closed bed spaces. I think what's worth noting here is that if you look at Free State, there's one temporary closed facility, but it's under construction. On the existing site, we're busy constructing a new correctional center. So the old outmoded correctional center that was on site, we temporarily closed that one while the construction of the new correctional center is underway. And we anticipate that we're going to finalize that correctional center, the construction, next financial year. And then in KwaZulu-Natal, Umzimkhulu, Chair, I can just mention that we have refurbished that correctional center by means of own resources, in-house capacity, and it has been finalized. We're just busy finalizing the bed space determination system and the remeasuring of the gained bed spaces, but that correctional center is partially occupied already, so that project has been finalized. And in the Western Cape, we have Brandvlei. As an indicated state phase 1 that was completed, we regained 100 bed spaces, and we're busy with the planning and design for the refurbishment of that correctional center. And then Swellendam, it's one of the correctional centers that's beyond economical repair. There's no intention to revive that correctional center, and we're looking at ways to repurpose that correctional center, perhaps in terms of other functions or training centers, but there's no desire to refurbish Swellendam. If you look at LMN, the Limpopo, Mpumalanga Northwest region, we have 2 correctional centers currently closed. Geluk is also one of that correctional centers that was constructed. I think it's close to 100 years old, so there's also no purpose to regain it, but we use it from time to time for training facilities for our EST teams. So, Chair, if I'm going to go to the next slide, it's just a summary of what I already indicated, so I will not go into detail on that. But it's just basically the table that summarizes what I already indicated, Chairperson. Then, Chair, slide number 10, also very important. The Honourable Minister also made reference to this. You will see in terms of our MTF for the next 3 financial years, Chairperson, only at facilities, if you look at the third row there, in terms of repairs and renovations, this current financial year, our indicative budget that we received or were supposed to receive from National Treasury was 220. That was the indication, 220 million. But when we got the final allocation, they've cut the budget on repairs and maintenance by more than 67 million. And if you look at building and other fixed structures or capital, that budget that's allocated for construction, for example, the Burgersdorp, Parys, National Treasury have cut that budget by 250 million this current financial year. So that's a huge challenge for us as a department because, Chairperson, you will understand that construction projects run over multiple years. So in year 0, we give funds confirmation and we appoint contractors. But once a contractor's on site, there's contractual obligations, then you get that shock that the budget has been cut. Now you sit with a situation that, for example, if you look at Burgersdorp, we have more than 100 construction workers on site, but the budget has been cut by 250 million. And that have a huge impact on our indicators, and we're busy with a process now to reduce our indicators. But we're also busy having discussions with National Treasury to see if they can supplement this expenditure. But in the next, the finances, but in the next 3 financial years, it is anticipated only at facilities, a budget cut of 1.1 billion, and that's going to have a huge impact on our infrastructure. We have projects in the pipeline, for example, Lichtenburg, that's ready to go out on tender for construction of a new correctional center. We've paused that project. Nigel, we finalized the environmental impact assessments. We're ready to go into the next stage for the design. We actually paused that project as well, the same as Kirkwood as well. But Chair, let me go to the next slide, just to give some perspective in terms of costs related to correctional centers. It's actually the highest type of construction that you can get in the industry. It's actually more expensive than as construction of clinics and hospitals. You will see the last bullet there, Chairperson. To construct a maximum correctional center, it's over 1 million rand per bed space. And it's not our figures, it's figures that published in terms of the Property and Construction Africa Cost Guide. And we can see it's realistic. If you look at expenditure at Burgersdorp, Parys, it's actually spot on. So the fact there is, Chairperson, if you want to construct a 500-bed correctional center without accommodation, just a correctional center, is R500 million for one correctional center. And we need to construct about 50,000 bed spaces. If you look at our overcrowding, that first bullet there, Chair, 46% over utilization, and we need to construct then 100 new correctional centers, this equivalent size of Burgersdorp. And that is a huge problem for us as a department, considering the fact in terms of the cost containment and budget cuts as well. So, Chair, I'm going to go to the next slide. In terms of also our financial capacity and performance, our user charges allocation for this current financial year for maintenance given to Department of Public Works and Infrastructure is 720 million. Also considering the fact that in 2018-2020, that allocation was 1.1 billion, and now currently 4 years later, we sit with half of the allocation. So I'm always trying to be cautious to point fingers towards public works, also considering the fact that the budget cut has actually been reduced by 50% the budget on maintenance. But because of that, it also have a ripple effect. You will see on bullet number 2 and 3, because of that budget cut, Public Works has indicated that they devolve all maintenance responsibilities to DCS, and we need to fund it ourselves. They don't have adequate funding to do that, but now we need to look at other line items where we can move money towards maintenance. So, Chair, if you go to the next slide, also just to underline the current financial, and we don't want to struck our responsibilities, we try to do as much as possible, as the Honourable Minister indicated. But by the end of October, our facilities capital maintenance budget was already at 96.3% expenditure. And that is also causing a delay. But you'll see the last bullet, and HRA, in terms of our projects, we had the indication there also to indicate what projects we're going to defer throughout the years. Then, Chair, next slide, and I'm not going to go into detail, but you'll look, for example, at Kuala Kabusha that was struck by tornado in April 2023. Currently, there's no funding available to do the renovations. A portion of the roof is missing, and we're sitting with a situation now that we need to take a decision to decant some of the sections in the correctional centers in terms of our security posture, that we don't have escapes. The next slide, the same with Johannesburg, and I know the Honourable Chairperson and the committee, they visited some of these sites, but Johannesburg, we have appointed the Development Bank of Southern Africa to do a condition assessment with the intention to renovate Johannesburg Medium A, B, C, and a female section, and a cost estimate was 1.2 billion. It's quite a huge correctional centre. And we also sit with a situation that we need, or we already actually decant some of the cells because of the dilapidation. Now, Chair, if we go to the next slide, and the same situation at Gosimapuru Management Area, we've appointed the Department of Public Works Infrastructure to start with renovations, and the cost estimate that came back for those correctional centres, it's 455 million only for renovations. So I just want to emphasize that we sit with a situation that it's beyond day-to-day maintenance, that we need to implement major repairs and renovations at our correctional centres. Then, Chairperson, slide number 17, the next one is just some of our priority projects. I've already mentioned Burgersdorp, that's under construction. It's one of the projects that's on track. Is actually, there's good progress, and we anticipate that we're going to finalize the cell block area by July this financial year. So it's ahead of schedule. And the second portion will be the renovations and construction of new staff accommodation. But in terms of the correctional centre, we visited, we did a site meeting visit last week there, and that is one of the projects that's ahead of schedule, and we anticipate that we're going to open Burgersdorp the end of July. So that is one of the good stories that we can bring to the committee today, is that that project's on track and it's also within the budget allocation. Parys is also under construction. It's been implemented by the Development Bank of Southern Africa, and you'll see there, Chairperson, that the expected completion date is 2026, but we're also pushing that project. There's good progress. At this stage, there's a small delay, but we're still within the tolerance of the project management principles there. Boksburg is one of the correctional centres that was renovated recently by Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, and we regained 408 bed spaces at Boksburg. Then, Chairperson, if I could go to the next slide, Mtongeni Youth Centre, it's also one of the correctional centres that was finalised this financial year, and we're already busy occupying that one. But it was a full renovation, but we also implemented advanced security systems, automated doors, security systems, control rooms. So that project was also finalized. Brits is also a project that's implemented by Department of Public Works. There's a contractual dispute, and we're trying to resolve that, but we anticipate that by next financial year, that project will be finalized because it's over 90% completed, and we can also reuse that correctional center. Umtata, construction of staff accommodation, it's currently in construction. We have a contractor on site. Phase 1 was completed where we constructed a perimeter fence, and I think the length of that fence was 12 kilometers that was completed as well. Chair, the next slide, slide number 19, is just a summary of what I already indicated. You'll see Burgersdorp is at 75% complete. And at the end of this presentation, we'll also share some photo images of the construction on site. Chair, we can jump to slide number 21. It's just a summary of our own resources projects that's done in-house. So you'll see all those projects was designed in-house by in-house built environment professionals, engineers and architects with the assistance of Public Works. So you'll see the bakery at Standerton was completed, Pietermaritzburg bakery was completed, Durban, Westville, the construction was completed. We're just waiting for the connection of the final equipment, cooking equipment and baking equipment on site. And there's also other projects that was completed during this financial year and the previous financial year. Chair, I'm going to go to the next slide, and I've already touched on Lichtenburg. It's one of the projects that is aimed to address the overcrowded conditions with the construction of a new 500-bed correctional center. There are some challenges in Lichtenburg, and I think it's well publicized in the media. They have a challenge with water, electricity at Lichtenburg. There was inset on TV recently as well, but we're busy negotiating with the municipality in terms of the water supply. But that project, the design has been finalized. We're ready to go out on tender. So as soon as we have sufficient funding from National Treasury, we anticipate to go out on tender for the appointment of a contractor at Lichtenburg. Chair, you will see the next couple of slides talks about creation of bed spaces. You see Toyandou was also there. The site clearance was issued during March 2024. So we need to go into construction or the design of the correctional center. So in terms of our financial forecast, we also deferred this project based on the shortage of funding. The same at Kirkwood. Kirkwood also the site clearance, the environmental impact assessments for a construction of 500-bed correctional center has been finalized. And Chairperson, you'll see at the figures, Eastern Cape is one of our pressure points in terms of overcrowding. And we're going to lobby again with National Treasury to see if they can provide us funding at least to go out with the construction of that correctional center as well. The same principle apply with the next slide, Nigel and Leeuwkop. Also, most of the environmental impact assessments has been completed. It's just the issue of appointment of contractors that we go into construction. Slide number 25, Xeris, also construction of a 500-bed correctional center is on our infrastructure plan. You'll see the consultants has completed the feasibility assessments. The only outstanding issues is the township establishment. The same as George as well, Chairperson. It's just the issue that there's a lot of projects in the pipeline, and if we don't start implementing these projects, we're going to sit with such a situation in the next 2 financial years that we're not going to have any correctional centers under construction. So the time is now to make sure that we finalize the planning and design, that we can at least go out in construction, because if Burgersdorp and Parys, the construction has been finalized, we're going to sit with a situation that we have no construction projects on site. Chairperson, I'm going to jump to slide number 27. It is a status on security systems. As I indicated, in terms of the unit management principles in 1994, 1995, the government started with that principle of unit management and integrated security systems. And you will see, Chairperson, bullet number 3 there, financial year 2022-23, Public Works haven't implemented maintenance contracts. And I can mention that some of these tenders has been advertised. If you look at KwaZulu-Natal, has been advertised more than 5 times, I think 7 times, without appointment of a contractor. So we have diversified that responsibility, and we've appointed additional implementing agents to assist us with maintenance on integrated security systems. Chairperson, the next slide is just a summary of the correctional centers that we currently have maintenance contracts in place. You will see contract, the top one is a 36 months maintenance contract. That contract will expire December 2025. So we basically have 11 months left on that contract. And then the second one is also contract. We have 30 correctional centers on maintenance contracts, but it's not only maintenance. We also, in terms of the contract, we employed control room operators. And we already seen some of the results, positive results last week, where we have confiscated contraband or mandrax with a street value of 150,000 at Paulsmoor. And that was mainly by the use of these pan tilt and zoom cameras that they detected intruder from the outside that placed some of the drugs in our agricultural farming fields, and we confiscated that. So technology is the way to go, but even that contract will expire the end of March this year. Then we're going to sit without a contract. Then, Chairperson, I'm going to go to the next slide. Also, in terms of our risk mitigation, you'll see the last bullet there. All those contracts that I mentioned, we've also employed DCS officials to be part of the maintenance, but also unemployed youth. That's part of those contracts, with the intention to train them on integrated security systems, that we're not over-reliant on the private sector, especially when it comes to first-line maintenance on our security systems. So that's a contractual obligation from the contractor to train DCS artisans, but there's also a youth employment portion that was implemented on those contracts. Then, Chair, the next slide, mission-critical facilities. you'll see we've highlighted some or prioritized some of the mission-critical facilities, integrated security systems, incinerators, boilers, kitchens, standby generators, abattoirs, water treatment plants, electricity and water supplies. So those are mission-critical facilities and infrastructure that we cannot operate a correctional center, and that is where our priority also lies in terms of our operations. Chair, I'm going to go to the next slide. Also in terms of mission-critical facilities, Public Works, currently there's no maintenance contracts in place from the Department of Public Works, so we have a reactive approach when it comes to maintenance. We have implemented our own maintenance contracts in the department at some of the correctional centers, but it's still a challenge when it comes to Public Works. They have a reactive approach, but they also are not in a position to supply us of any itemized billing. So on a quarterly basis, they will just invoice us a one-liner invoice, 160 million for maintenance, and they cannot substantiate or itemize the work that has been done. But we try to devolve some of that functions from Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. Then also the next slide, Chair, that's very important. You'll see in December, the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environmental Affairs has issued us a Section 22A administrative fine to the value of just over 1 million that we had to pay due to non-compliance on our incinerators. So we had to pay that fine, and they've charged the head of center and the area commissioner, and they had to go and stand in the dock as accused. So, but we finalized that process, but we're going to claim that money back from the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, because they were, in terms of the Kiyama Act, they are responsible to maintain those facilities. Then, Chairperson, the next slide is just a summary in terms of our boilers, very important in terms of hot water. I see the CEO of JICS is also here, and we under constant scrutiny in terms of hot water, but that's a reality. You'll see in the Eastern Cape, for example, dysfunctional boilers. There's the numbers, but in total, we have 80 boilers in the department. Functional is 54, dysfunctional is 26, and there's 63 that's not complying in terms of the statutory requirements. What we mean there is that we have frequent statutory inspections that needs to be done, and some of these boilers are not compliant in terms of that regulations, but it's something that we try to correct with the Department of Public Works, and we also do from time to time day-to-day maintenance on some of these boilers in-house. Not in-house, but sourcing external service providers from our own funding. Then the next slide talks about incinerators, very important in terms of our agricultural facilities. You will see that a total of 21 not compliant in terms of the certification, and currently dysfunctional or closed. We have 19 of those incinerators closed in the department. Chair, if we go to the next slide, in terms of integrated renewable energy and resource efficiency, we're the first national department. You'll see bullet number 3 is the Department of Correctional Services that participating in this program with Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. It's also managed by National Treasury Governmental Technical Advisory Center, but Public Works went out on tender in September 2023, and since then we haven't received any feedback from Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. Although we did the tender briefing, we attended with them, but since then it's just silence, and we've tried to get feedback from the Department of Public Works on the process. But you can see it's September 2023 that it was advertised already. Chairperson, the next slide is just a summary. You'll see in Gauteng we've identified 4 centers or sites for the integrated renewable energy resource efficiency. The intention is there to install solar systems and other energy-saving solutions at those correctional centers, and we've identified 20 as phase 1 that we've prioritized. You'll see Eastern Cape, Kirkwood, and St. Albans also form part of the priority list. But it's something we need to review. If Public Works don't come back to us as a department, and we'll have a discussion with the National Commission direction, we need to find an alternative solution to that, because if you look at our consumption, municipal consumptions, on an annual basis, our water electricity bill is more than 1.3 billion, and we need to bring that down. So that was the whole intention, to bring the our consumption rate down, but also in terms of our costing. Because every year for example, last financial year, we overspent, or the projected overexpenditure this financial year currently is 220 million only on water and electricity. But Public Works, again, not responsive in terms of that. Then, Chair, the last couple of slides is challenge and recommendations. You will see one of the challenges, overcrowded conditions impact on accelerated infrastructure dilapidation. And one of the recommendations is that we need to have a serious discussion with the JCPS cluster in terms of overcrowded conditions. We have strong opinion that the police arrest to investigate. That's why you'll see the remand detainees. At some of the correctional centers, they constitute 50% of our inmate population, and it's also the slow conviction rate that we sit with some of our remand detainees, and it will come out of the other presentation, that's sitting waiting for the day in court for more than 2 years. We have instances, some inmates waiting 7 or 9 years to go to court, and it's something we need to address with South African Police Service as well. Non-responsiveness of Department of Public Works and Infrastructure regarding registered repair and maintenance responsibilities. So we're busy enhancing our in-house projects. There's already a slide to indicate that some of the project has been finalized in-house, but we're also busy working on the first addendum to the SLA with Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. We had a meeting with the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure with our Minister on the 3rd of December. We've handed over the first addendum, and the objective of that addendum is actually to assist Public Works by taking some of these responsibilities away from them to assist them as well. And then outmoded facilities such as corrugated iron structures and asbestos structures, it's still a reality in our department. And if you look at our infrastructure plan, when we prioritize the decommissioning of correctional centers, that is high on the agenda that we need to phase out. For example, if you look at Escort that was finalized and Zanin also during the past 5 financial years, it was actually corrugated iron structures, and we replaced that with proper brick and mortar infrastructure. Then, Chairperson, on the next slide, development of a maintenance responsibilities by DPWI impacting on poor upkeeping of infrastructure due to budget and capacity constraints. And as already indicated, we've crafted the first addendum to the SLA, but over and above that, there was a letter under the signature of the Honourable Minister that went to the Minister of Public Works with the intention to form a program steering committee to assist Public Works, but also to take hands with them to see if we can improve our maintenance. Then poor condition of leased office accommodation. It's a reality that some of the landlords, as soon as you sign a contract, they don't do maintenance on some of these facilities, and we try to reduce the over-reliance on private leases. And we're busy with a program that we renovate government or state-owned facilities, but currently under construction is a new community corrections office in Volksrus. It's also one of the projects that's been done in-house, so we started with the foundations, and we're busy with the construction that we're going to start constructing the first pilot prototype community corrections offices in Volksrus. Then the last bullet there, also, Chair, poor implementation of projects by Public Works, and I don't want to repeat that. I think everyone's aware that there's some challenges with the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, and that's why we also diversified our procurement strategy with the appointment of the Development Bank of Southern Africa, but we've also appointed the IDT to assist us with some of these infrastructure projects. Then, Chair, in terms of our conclusion, slide number 41, the department has embarked on an integrated infrastructure master plan to monitor plan design, delivery and maintenance of facilities and security infrastructure. So we have an infrastructure plan that we also submit on an annual basis to National Treasury with estimates and progress as well. So we have a plan in place, and then the department has diversified the infrastructure procurement strategy by appointing other implementing agents, but also there's a big drive to improve our own resources capacity in the department, and the past 5 financial years, we have employed additional artisans at management area, electricians, plumbers, and so forth to assist us. But we're also in a process to look at maintenance contracts, rolling out maintenance contracts, and we've done one in the Eastern Cape that the majority of our correctional centers in Eastern Cape is on scheduled maintenance contracts where actually with the intention to move away from reactive to proactive maintenance in our facilities. Then, Chairperson, the construction of bakeries enabled the department to bake a total of over 5 million breads during the 2023-24 financial year, which realized a financial saving of 13.2 million. So, with my introduction, I already indicated there's a big drive to build additional bakeries, and you can see there's already cost-saving achievements on that initiative. Then, Chair, the next slide is just a summary of our correctional centers. We've done a condition assessment in 2022. That's in terms of the user asset management plan. That's also one of the prescripts of the Government Immovable Asset Management Act, the GIAMA Act, that we need to do condition assessments at our facilities. So that we're busy currently with the new one that we need to finalize actually this financial year still. But you'll see only 4% of our correctional centers is classified as in a good condition. It's mainly the new correctional centers, the new generation correctional centers. But you will see 6% is in a poor condition. And we anticipate that figure might change because of the dilapidation, non-responsiveness of public works. I think we anticipate that 6% might go up, but we're waiting for the outcome of that condition assessment. And then 70% is rated in a fair condition. Then the infrastructure program will require increased budget and fund capital and maintenance responsibilities. And you'll see the last bullet, again, own resources projects that we do own the resources projects in our correctional centers with our inmates, assisted by our in-house artisans. But we also have professional services at regional level. So we've professionalized our facilities management environment with the appointment of architects, engineers, quantity surveyors, and so forth. But we can already see there's some of the improvement in terms of that. And then on the next slide, Chair, we sit with a difficult decision that we need to defer some of these projects or even cancel some of the projects, because the challenge, if you defer a construction project for too long, some cases your environmental impact assessments, it lapses after a couple of years, depending on the municipality, what the conditions was there. So we don't want to start with the process, and we cannot go into construction, and we need to restart the process again. And then you'll see the last bullet, Chair, we've attached the NHRA with all the projects. And if we go to the next slide, I think just to give some illustration to the honourable committee members and the Minister and Deputy Minister, you'll see there's the construction of Burgersdorp currently in construction. You'll see the bow fence is fully erected. The cell block, the superstructure has been completed. We're busy with the finalization. And one of the issues outstanding there is also the manufacturing of the cell locks that we do in-house. We don't outsource the construction of cell locks because of the sensitive nature of cell locks. So we do that in-house. And the team already visited there last week, and they're busy with the construction of the cell locks. If we go to the next slide, Chair, I think if you can recall, the committee members, when you visited Modderbee, it looked totally different. When you went into Modderbee, there was no floor. So we ripped the old floor. We installed proper reinforcing, because one of the challenges that we indicated there, you'll see on that page also there at Baviaansport, also one of the centers that the Honourable Chair and the committee members visited. We've done the flooring over now with proper reinforcing, and both of those two projects are 50% completed. You will see in our NHRA, we have a summary of all the projects, and they are also included in the list of projects. So, Chairperson, thank you for the opportunity, and that is my presentation from facilities. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, committee members.
Thank you so much, Dr. Botha. National Commissioner, do we have an addition or more emphasis on the report?
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson and honourable members. I have one point of emphasis on slide 12, where we are reflecting on the allocation for user charges. This is the ring-fenced amount that Treasury allocates to us as the department. We cannot spend that money without the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure giving us approval. So we actually, on a quarterly basis, in tranches, give away that money to the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, and so far we have met all our obligations. So we have not withheld a single cent. And then on the same point, if we go to slide 29, the slide reflects on critical components in managing our facilities. These are components that are supposed to be maintained by the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, utilizing that 721 million that we hand over to them. So these are the critical components that the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure indicated to us that they are shedding off. We will have to maintain them. They are keeping the budget. We have to find money to make sure that those critical components are operating. The last point, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, is that most of these components are actually irreparable. They have to be replaced. The incinerators that have landed two of our members in court, charged criminally, we have to replace them. We cannot repair them. So these components are beyond repair. We don't have the budget, but we are forced in terms of the law and the National Treasury's regulations to transfer the money to the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members.
DM?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Good morning to your good selves and the entire honorable members and our Minister, our ensign, and the entire team. I think the presentation has covered most of the issues that we have touched on, and also the pictures that were shown in terms of where we were at Modderbee, and I think also the other kitchen, to say there's some movement. But I think the issue as raised by the Minister, the issue of the budget cuts, you can imagine being cut off from 1 billion to almost 700. It's quite serious, and it's impacting on us delivering our services. It's a matter that also, as we take it up, would wish that the chair can put a voice also for us as they interact with other chairs to sensitize, so that you assist us at that level. But key to that is the issue of your overcrowding and the impact it has on the infrastructure itself. Because even if you have projects, you want to renovate, maintenance and do other stuff, but the impact on the overcrowding, it's really putting a strain on the infrastructure, because we don't have controls over the courts in terms of the conviction, in terms of those that are remand detainees. Also, that one really, as a cluster, we're not doing well, and we have a serious impact, I think. But on the other matters, the presentation covers us very well, because we would not win the battle of having an infrastructure that is capable to carry these communities that are within our facilities if overcrowding is not dealt with properly. So, but I think on the other matters of budgets and other things were properly represented. Thank you.
Minister?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think the committee must take note of the problem we have in, I think it is put forward in a nice manner when we refer to the fact that in December 2020 we received a fine from Department of Forestry, Fisheries and so forth of over R1 million because of our incinerators. But DCS doesn't have any control on that because it is maintained by DPWI. But we have to pay the fine. I can also say, and Dr. Botha referred to it, on the 3rd of December last year, on ministerial level, I had a meeting with my counterpart in DPWI. We have compiled a steering committee to see how and there is a memorandum of understanding from previous years. We now see how we can broaden the concept so that DCS, we have some facilities where we can do some work ourselves. It's much more speedily, and of course then DPWI must fund us for that. So we are on our way as far as that is concerned, and I think that will be a solution, one solution of many other problems as well. To refer back to the example I've given on the fine on incinerators. So we're in progress to see what we can do and if we can better the situation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the presentation and taking us through all infrastructural issues that affect correctional facilities across, so that the portfolio committee has an idea of what is currently happening with the department. As and when we do our oversight visit to correctional facilities, we don't get to be shocked with the number of dilapidated infrastructure and how bad it is. But equally, we expect that the report that we would have received here, Dr. Botha, speaks to the true essence of what is happening. And when we do an oversight, we don't find the contrary of what has been reported in the portfolio committee. Members, questions, clarities? I'll take hands so that we interact with the report. Honorable Engel, you'll start. Mrs. Ngaba, you'll follow. Honorable Carl, you'll be the third speaker. Ms. Diale will be the fourth. Ms. James, Honorable Mwela. In that sequence.
Thank you, Chairperson. I would like to thank DCS for the presentation, and it pretty much shows that the department is trying to do what they can, even if it is things that they are not responsible for. It's not their responsibility to do it and do it with no budget. But I just want to know, has an interdepartmental dispute been declared with the Department of DPWI? Because I know the problems that is experienced with infrastructure maintenance and repair is not limited to correctional services. This is in most departments the case. And what's the outcome of what's the plan with DPWI and the dysfunctionality or inefficiencies associated with that department? I also want to know, has the Department of Justice been engaged in terms of the terrible backlog in criminal cases and the deficiencies in the bail system? That's also drivers for increased remand detainee population. I think DCS is treated very unfairly, unfortunately, because as we all of us that sit here know that DCS is a receiving department. But I think that fact is not well known or understood by the broader public, and also inefficiencies in other departments that drives increased population and the budget allocation that doesn't follow those inefficiencies, and meaning there's no consequences for dysfunctionality or inefficiencies in other departments, but the Department of Correctional Services has to bear the brunt. Now, DCS can't be expected to function optimally in circumstances like this. I mean, these inefficiencies has now led to systemic failures in the criminal justice system, which puts everyone at risk. And I just mentioned judicial delays and court backlogs, bail system inequities. We sit with police practices and how they arrest people because they are measured in terms of a number of arrests made without investigating cases. And then obviously DPWI maintenance and repair inefficiencies. Now, after the presentation, which shows a rather desperate situation, and with no changes in terms of budget allocations expected soon, this would probably and eventually force DCS to enter into another round of PPPs, where the state contracts out a core responsibility to the lowest bidder, which I hope DCS will not entertain such options, because, I mean, history showed us in the long run it is far more expensive. And all the other problems that we had with the Mangaung situation. So I just want to know that what is the plan to engage with the other departments to make sure that we don't sit with a third of our prison population being remand detainees, and also to address the bail situation, the inequities where poor people that gets bail can't afford it and they end up sitting in prison, and overpopulating our facilities, and then obviously overpopulation leads to maintenance issues and all other stuff that just adds to the problem. Thank you very much.
Mrs. Ngaba?
Thank you, Chair. A few questions. So, thank you for the detail in the presentation and in the annexure, but what I'm trying to understand is the new bed space projects, those that are funded, are we basically saying we only have Burgersdorp and Parys? There is nothing else in the pipeline? Because the ones that are in the annexure, I see that they're all red and then subject to funding, etc., etc. What is actually funded in the pipeline? How much bed space? Where are those facilities? And then for those that are on pause, subject to funding, you mentioned the problems associated with deferring projects as opposed to cancelling projects. Are there costs for maintaining all these projects as deferred rather than cancelled? What are the costs associated with that? If there are, why haven't these projects been cancelled sooner? And then Parys. So the contractor was underperforming from 2019 to 2023. That is 4 years of underperformance, and now the new person is going to take 3 years to finish it, which basically means the first guy did jack squat. Why did it take 4 years to end it? I understand that the development bank is the implementing agent. What is your oversight over that agent? Why did you let them sit on this underperformance for 4 years? And then you talked about Mtonjeni and the money invested in stuff like automated doors. Is this a good use of money? I did an oversight visit to Malmesbury, the new generation prison. The automatic doors are not opening, so actually you've got staff taking more time to open each individual cell one by one. That doesn't seem to have been a good use of money, given where you've got like troubles with very simple stuff, incinerators that could get your officials imprisoned. Why are we spending money on automated doors and fancy stuff when we should be getting the basics right first? And then my last question is about this huge user charge to Public Works. I understand that you are required to give them that money, but they are also required to give you a service, the maintenance stuff in return. If they're not giving you what they're supposed to, do you intend to still hand over this money to them? At what point? And I'm not encouraging lawlessness, I'm just asking a real question. This is your money that you need stuff done, and they're not doing the things. how much longer are you going to keep giving them this money and then you get screwed in the process?
Honorable Carl.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And I greet the Minister and the Deputy Minister and the officials of the department. Chair, this is my first meeting of the Portfolio Committee on Correctional Services after 27 years. The Minister will recall that we were together in the Portfolio Committee on Correctional Services in the first administration. And Chair, I refer to, I beg your pardon? Yes, as I said, Minister, 27 years. That's a lifetime. Chair, I referred to that because as I was sitting here, one had a sense of deja vu. And the Minister, I think, will also concur with me that many of the issues that we grappled with then are still with us. And one of the issues that we are grappling with is this vexed situation with the Department of Public Works Infrastructure. Because the DWI is not functioning as it should, but yet the Department of Correctional Services is to a very large extent beholden to the DPWI. We need to address that issue. And Chair, I don't think it can be what I hear in some of the other questions, an issue that can be dealt with just between the Department of Correctional Services and the DPWI. It has to be dealt with on a broader basis. It has to be dealt with all the various government departments. In fact, I think it is an issue which has to be dealt with at cabinet level and also within the cluster, where we are as correctional services. And I think it is important that the attention of the President needs to be drawn to this. Because our budget is very limited. If I look at the budget that we have now, it's down from 1 billion to 700 million. Obviously, the department is not able to provide the services that are required. But at the same time, if the department is going to be able to insource rather than outsource more of its functions, there will be greater efficiency. Chair, even during the period that I referred to in the first administration, these issues were highlighted. Because evidently the Department of Correctional Services has got significant in-house resources that are not fully utilized. I honestly hope that the department will emphasize the insourcing part rather than outsourcing, using the resources that you have. It's absolutely critical. What we need to avoid, Chair, is to fall into a trap because we are under pressure, because we are faced with overcrowding, and all the reasons for overcrowding have been mentioned here again, including the long periods of awaiting trials. To fall into the trap of outsourcing and privatization. It is more expensive, and ultimately it will be less efficient. And I'm glad in the presentation that we received this morning, there has been a strong emphasis on insourcing and making use of the very wealth of resources that you actually have, but you don't fully utilize them. I think we as a portfolio committee must commit ourselves to assist you in that process and to resist outsourcing and privatization. In conclusion, Chair, I left the Portfolio Committee of Correctional Services in 1997. And the reason why I left is because President Mandela made sure that I was removed from that committee because I resisted privatization. And I called for an end to projects of privatization. I foresaw some of the problems that had been experienced now in Bloemfontein with Dr. Nandipa and her very chameleon boyfriend. Now, President Mandela removed me, Chair, because he wanted the money from Bosasa, which was part of the privatization process, to go to the African National Congress, and therefore he kicked me sideways to become an ambassador. But I'm happy to be back, Chair, and I'm committing myself to continue with that work that we were busy with then. For me, it is a mission that I will continue with, and I'm glad that my party has given me a second opportunity to be part of this committee and to work for insourcing and an end to privatization tenders and to prevent this outsourcing evil that we have seen and which continues to undermine the Department of Correctional Services. Thank you for indulging me, Chair.
Mrs. Diale?
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings once for Minister and the Department and members. Perhaps I can start on the issue of this insourcing problem that we're having in the department, including the Department of Correctional Services. So maybe we can also start with the Minister directly, this question for you. The issue of consultant, we know when the AG comes, there will be issues of over-reliance on consultant and all such a thing. It happens a lot in all departments, I guess. And I'm directing this question to you, Minister, because at some stage you were on our side. You were arguing you were giving the same argument of over-reliance on consultant and all that. I'm looking now, for example, in the issue of the facility that is to be built. Let me make an example of the Zeerust one, because specifically on the Zeerust one, it is said the consultant has done feasibility studies and what. Now, what is your action in respect of making sure that the consultants, the department does not use or rely a lot on consultants? Because if you check normally in all these departments, a lot of money goes to consultants, which are not actually helping the departments. Why don't we get like full-time or capacitate the state and make sure that there's full-time employees of the department that will save the department a lot of money in respect of those kind of, I know you are with me, you understand what I'm talking about. So I need to know your plan in respect of getting rid of such. That's number one. And number two, there's a contractor, that one of Perry that my honorable colleague spoke about. After 4 years, I'm sure he was paid a lot of money. In fact, I would need to know how much he was paid over those period, over 4 years, over the 4-year period. And secondly, what are the consequences of his underperformance? Because he was underperforming while he's been paid for 4 years. How much has he been paid, and what are the consequences of his action in terms of being inactive or being poorly performing as it is indicated? And perhaps let's get onto the one of the ISS contractor. It is said that the contractor we expect the contractor to transfer skills to ensure that the youth that is allegedly utilizing, the unemployed youth that is allegedly utilizing, maybe perhaps you can give us an information as to when does the contractor start his work? When was he contracted to the department? Whether he's contracted to specific facilities, one or more facilities, or the whole of the facilities where the department is involved. Perhaps you can give us an indication on that. And if there are youth that are to whom he's transferring skills, how many are they, and what is the progress so far in terms of such skill transfer? I take it, if the skills is being transferred to employees or who are paid by the department, after a few years you will not need this kind of expert, because we shall have capacitated the department to utilize our own full-time employee, and then we'll be able to save money. We sympathize with the department with the low budget, but I'm sure the department, in terms of the response we'll get in respect of the consultant, will give us an indication as to how the department intends saving money in respect of that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Diale. Ms. James?
Thank you so much, Chair. Good morning to the ministers and the management. The first thing I want to speak about are the remand detainees. Obviously, that places huge pressure on the department, and we often hear that, you know, we need to engage justice, we need to engage police. But I also want to ask, what are we doing as DCS to create that environment that serves as a deterrent? As I sit and I look at what we've been exposed to in the past 6 months, we are surely but definitely creating conducive communities. And I understand that there are human rights that need to be upheld, but what are we putting in place so that we don't have repeat offenders going back? All we see happening is us creating and trying to get more beds. So can I know what our deterrents are, the department's deterrents are, in terms of sort of just tightening up the environment in our centers? Number 2, in light of the continuous, ongoing and sustainable budget cuts that we see happening over the years, what percentage of inmates are actively involved in maintenance of facilities? And I think that would help us a great deal, help the department a great deal. Are we conducting sort of audits in terms of skilled? Because we find that we showcase the skills in terms of how good they are at sewing and sort of just bettering who they are. But what service are they giving back to the department? We spoke about security infrastructure. Now, this is something very important. You mentioned earlier on that the security infrastructure is quite jacked up since it had then detected drugs coming in. Now, that to me is a problem. When something is inside the center, I think that's too much too late, Chair. I think it should have been detected way outside already. What is the security infrastructure? What do we have in place that can detect these contrabands prior to coming in? We don't have to find it when it's already in our centers. And then also, I think Honorable Diallo covered me on this one. We spoke the last time, and I think we were quite taken aback at Baviaansport when we found that a whole floor needed to be undone. And after a contractor had worked for 4 years. Do we have a list of contractors so that we don't have the same song going forward? Do we have a list of contractors and project managers, I'm not sure what else we call them, that we have red flagged and said that these contractors, the department will not work with? And then obviously I think she covered me in terms of what were the costs incurred and what are the consequences that has been put in place. And then also, does the department have, because we seem to be hearing this quite often, we found that after 2 years, after 1 year, after 5 years, this has been going on. Does the department have a monitoring team in place that can monitor these projects? And what does that monitoring process look like? Do they monitor once a year or when something goes wrong? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. James. Honorable Mwela.
Thank you, Chair. And compliments of the new year. Also, greetings to the Minister, the Deputy Minister, the National Commissioner and the team, the jigs and everyone who's part and parcel of this meeting. Let me start by agreeing with most of my colleagues in terms of taking a road in terms of the recommendations that the department is making, most particularly with regard to the problems that we are having with Department of Public Works, to say the recommendations that we should focus more into in-house, because when they were presenting most of the slides which lead to completion of the projects, most of those particular projects are the small in-house projects which were smoothly completed. And Chair, if you can check in terms of the status of our facilities, It's only 4% which indicate that is a good condition in terms of how they are scaling them down. And 58% which is fair to poor, and 6% which is poor condition. And fair to poor, it simply means it's going to poor. It means we've got more than 64% of infrastructure which are not in good conditions in our facilities. And even in terms of our boilers, they have indicated here that we've got 80 boilers, which 63% are not complying. It means are not supplying what is supposed to supply to the facility. And in terms of what is to be done, I think the issue of in-house must be priority. But to my questions, which I want to be specific on, I want to have an understanding with the projects. Number one, there is a project in Perez, which was the project where the contractor was terminated. And what was the duration of the project when the contractor was terminated? Because in terms of the new DPS, it indicates that the new contractor will be given 3 years maximum to complete the project. So I want to know at which stage was the project in terms of percentage when it was terminated. And then the other project which I need to have an understanding on is the one at purchased room, which department was responsible for the non-payment of the renovation project, if it was the correctional Department of DCS or it was in the hands of the Department of Public Works. And then lastly, with regard to Loikop, the project is said to be now at a clearance stage. What is the expected time for the project to start, given the fact that we've got the problem of overcrowding and all those other conditions that we have stipulated in the presentation? What is the time that is expected to start? Because I think we expect all the projects to be immediate, given the problems that we're having, Chair. And lastly, I think may the spirit of Nelson Mandela continue to rest in peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Moila. Thank you for the clarities, members. I just have 2 or 3, and then we'll break for a 5 minutes break and then come back for the department to respond. We no longer have Engelbrecht break since he has stopped smoking. So it's a good year. 2025 brings new things. We just need to identify who are we dedicating it to. Oh, to Mrs. Ngaba, since Engel has decided to leave her alone in that we're good. Mine, it's on slide 9, which speaks to Swellendam, and I will cluster this with Khalek, Dr. Bota. And these 2 facilities were closed due to beyond economic repair as they are dilapidated. When were these facilities closed? Both of them? And what happened to all officials that have been in those 2 facilities? Did we make transfer? If we did, didn't it affect their positions or ranks that they were? If one was a supervisor, your ranking as the department, when you get to be transferred to another facility, did they keep those rankings, or what is the status quo of those 2 facilities, since they are both closed Slide 18, which speaks to Mtojeni Youth Center, which the presentation makes an indication that it was completed during the 2023-2024 financial year, which also, in your emphasis, Dr. Porter, you make an indication that the facility will also be able to assist in alleviating overcrowding in the Gauteng region. How will this be affected in assisting to alleviate overcrowding? And are we still going to maintain the status quo of that facility being a youth center, or are we changing it? I'm not sure, I did not hear you properly, or possibly I would have missed you as in when you were reporting. I will try to have questions. Or in the new facilities that have been built, Dr. Porter, have we accommodated official accommodation? I'm very much obsessed with this matter. And my basis of being obsessed with official accommodation is that in facilities that do not have, they pose a higher risk. And we need to find ways to make sure that our security, especially since the security personnel that we have in correctional facility does not speak to a number of official inmates we have. So you cannot therefore not have official residents nearby or next to correctional facilities, so that if there is a risk or a danger, those who are in residences are able to come and assist. So the new facilities that you spoke to, the Baviaansport, the new one in Paris, next to the old one, is there that accommodation? And in facilities that, like your Zanin, which does not have, what is the scope? I know there's one as well in Northern Cape. Dr. Bota, you would know what is the status of official residents in those facilities, because I would have expected also the report speaks to that aspect. I will not speak much on Baviaansport. Colleagues have spoken to it. And I remember the project was done by IDT. One would have thought that Public Works was the worst, but it seems also IDT is following suit in projects that are given. So those are my clarities, and then others are just comments. On building, slide 11, on building of new facilities. Do we see this as a feasible way out of dealing with overcrowding? Or we're taking the best, an opportunity of taking, I don't want to say the best route out, but do we see this as a solution to dealing with overcrowding, with the amount of severe budget cuts that we're facing? Infrastructures and correctional facilities that are dilapidated, that are not maintained, and then we want to build new facilities. Is it feasible? Is it a correct approach for us to go into, Dr. Bota? I would like to get a clarity on that. I hold a view on this matter, but I'll emphasize on it immediately after I get a sense on this, because we seem to, I think it's 50 or 50 new facilities that we're identifying to be built. We have a facility that we have already spent 4 years. We're anticipating to complete it in 2026, which is a 500-bed space facility. We've got Amas in Tumulo, which is a 3,024 bed space capacity facility, which we spent 316 days to build and finish. And you want to build new facilities. So those are clarities I have. Colleagues, we'll take a 5 minutes break. So it's 11:42. We'll be back at 11:50. And then we proceed to allow the department, as led by the minister, to respond to clarities and questions posed by members. Thank you. Colleagues, we are supposed to be back and seated at 11:50. It's 11:55 now. Thank you so much. We can then proceed. We took a comfort break, or Mrs. Naba's break, since Engel has gotten off the wagon now. Mam Dujo, welcome. We're on the first set of questions to the department, as led by the minister. We're joined by Honorable Dujo, who is the chair of the multi-party caucus for women. You will remember, any member can go to any portfolio committee and participate in it. Since other committees are not yet opened, there has been a crisscrossing of portfolio committees. We therefore can give to the department to respond to clarities and questions that were posed by members. Minister?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I will deal with the more, can I say, policy issues. And when it comes to other departments or other ministers and so on, and the rest then will be dealt with by the National Commissioner. Let me start by the Honourable Engelbrecht. He wants to know what is the outcome of the plan with the DPWI. As I said, we already established a select committee or a steering committee. And of course, let me say overall, unfortunately, these things are working and it's too slow for me. I'm used to that. I'm much, can I say, outcome orientated. I want results. But we've already put forward the names of our side. We're still waiting from the DPWI. But I will put pressure on them. On the bail system, let me say this, and let me say, of course, we will report back from time to time on the progress on this plan with DPWI, because I mean, a lot of the honourable members ask questions about this relationship as far as DPWI is concerned. The bail system, yes, it is a problem with the remand detainees, and I think with our next discussion on the agenda, we will give more clarity on that. And as a member said, the public doesn't always know what is happening, although I must say that I've been on numerous occasions in public and in the media where I refer to this problem. I'm trying to tell them. The state contracts, lower bidder, I agree with that, although we don't deal with state contracts in a certain sense as far as that is concerned. The Honourable Naba, she asked on the bed space, why 4 years to cancel a project? That's part of our problem, because it is in the hands of DPWI. We can only sit and look and see what is happening, and we are waiting then another year or so before they appoint a new contractor. So that is a dilemma. The Honourable Niaus, I just said to him, I never thought in my life or political life that I will ever agree so much with him as what he has said. It is true. And can I say, it is an old issue, and all the other issues. And it is a priority as far as I'm concerned. The honourable member said that it is his first meeting now. Maybe if he followed what I said last year, self-sufficiency is one of my priorities. We must become more self-sufficient. You just saw that we've saved ourselves a couple of million rand by doing things by ourselves. In-source versus outsource, in this case, I totally agree as far as that is concerned. But having said that, Honourable Chair, I want to ask the Portfolio Committee that you can assist us by organising a meeting with the Portfolio Committee of DPWI. Let's face each other, and that we can put forward our problems, and then they can respond to that. In that sense, the Portfolio Committee of Correctional Services can play a role to assist us. Diali, the Honourable Diali, consultants, we do not appoint consultants, it's the DPWI, and it's out of our hand. And I agree, from a policy view, why we do have people who can do the job. But why do we use consultants? It's costing the taxpayer more money, as far as that is concerned. So I totally agree that we should ensure, and we have the capacity to do it ourselves. The Honourable James asked whether we will engage with other departments such as Justice. Yes, of course, we already. And now politics is politics. I already had a discussion with the previous Minister of Justice, but there's some turnarounds there. There's now a new one. So I already said I must speak to her, but I must be honest, I did not have the opportunity to speak to her. So we will have to look at that. She also referred to the question of preventing reoffenders. That's what we're trying to do all the time with our rehabilitation processes and everything like that. And that is only one part of our problem of overcrowding. If we can lower the reoffending rate, of course, we will not have the overcrowding problems that we have at the moment. And can I say on the integrated security system that we are I'm going to ask Dr. Botha to show a short video on our improvement already when it comes to security. This incident happened at the Polsmoor Centre on the 31st of January this year. So let's just quickly look there, and then you will see what we are already busy with in terms. If we have the money, we can get more sophisticated, can I say, security systems. So let's look there. You can look around where the cursor is moving. There you see some movement there. It's a short video. This was in the agricultural sector at Polsmoor. There you can see. So we're picking this up, Honourable Chair, and this is the result of contraband smuggling. Can I show the other as well? Only the one. Okay, this is one. So you can see the result. So the moment you have more sophisticated, can I say, technology, then we can become more effective. From that side, I think on, Chair, your questions, you said building, you asked the question of building new facilities, and do we see this as the way out of overcrowding? This is only one way of getting out of overcrowding. There are also other ways. We have to look, and to give you a perspective again, you've seen that we have now about 108,000 bed space. The sentence inmates is around about 104,000. So when it comes to sentence inmates, we have enough bed space. But our problem starts when it comes to the remand detainees. awaiting trial. Then we talk about 60,000 of them. And that's where our problem is. And that's why I was already in conversation with the Minister of Justice. We are also in the process with the JCS cluster, where we can look into this matter. Part of it is that bail, and I've asked for the statistics, I will get it one of these days, to see how many remand detainees do we have who couldn't afford a bail of, say, R1,000 and less. I already in contact with certain private groups in the legal sections, not in government, even from a private side, to see how we can take hands to try to solve this remand detainees. But I will update you as time comes. But let me say this, unfortunately, these things are not quick fixes. The moment you work with some other people, some other organizations and everything, it's the same with our self-sufficiency. We are busy with certain talks and everything, but I said this year, we must stop talking to certain projects. I want to see implementation. We must get some action. So on that note, Honourable Chair, I can then give to the Honourable, or to the National Commissioner.
Commissioner? Commissioner, you're smiling. So I'm not sure whether the smile says the Minister has covered all the responses.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you, Minister and honorable members. I thought that, Chair, that I should not be career limiting to myself. The Deputy Minister is here, if she wanted to say something.
DM?
No, thank you very much, Chair. I think the issue that I want to touch on is in terms of the overcrowding. That is a challenge to a department. There are short-term plans where we're having a strategy and protocol in terms of management of our foreign nationals that are arrested within our country, and they are illegal immigrants. So there's a committee, there are committees at all levels, from your level of a district, at the level of the region and provincial and national, that are chaired by judiciary. And those segments, Chair must indicate that at the level of a district and the region, they are sitting and at provinces, but our challenge is where we are at national, which are not sitting. And I think it's a matter that we should be following up, like the Minister has said it, that as we met with our clusters, those things are the things that we should push, because the implementation of these strategies trying to deal with the backlog of case enrollment and case management that are within our system in terms of your 49G that allows the court to review those cases and grant bails on those. So there are committees. If those committees can sit, it will assist us. But remember, as a department, we are not having a push to magistrate as they give sanctions. So those committees are the committees that are critical to assist in terms of reduction of those remand detainees. Because if you take away the portion of the remand detainees within our facility, we're not overcrowded. If we can just drastically reduce that, and our centers would be fine and operational. And when you go back and check the statistics in terms of those foreign nationals also that are there, they are not, in other areas, yes, there are many, but when you check countrywide, if we deal with those properly, we would be fine in managing our facilities. And there was an issue that was raised to say, insourcing, using your own, have you used your inmates in terms of your maintenance of your facilities? Yes, they are artisans, they are trained, they can deal with your issues of your plumbing, they're taken through. While we rehabilitate and skilling them, it also benefit us. That is why here I will talk, because it only focused, the question was focusing only on maintenance, but it goes a long way in terms of your food handlers, in terms of going to agricultural planting and stuff, and handling of other things that are there, in terms of your abattoirs, in terms of your agricultural production and so forth, so that it reduces the things that the minister spoke about in terms of us saving those millions. I think, Chair, on the issue that you talk of insourcing vis-a-vis outsourcing, ours is to do in-house. But once we get it right, that the money, there was a question, are you going to give DPWI your money and not being able to access it? I think it needs treasury there, because that battle, yes, the money belongs to us, but until they say, yes, we can access that money, I think it's a fight that we must put up so that we can have access to what we have as a department, so that we can, because if we do it in-house, we are more faster than their processes and consultant and stuff, and ngesizulu bese sithi ngathi sizingela ngejiwa. As long as they haven't found the person they want, they are not appointing, and the department does not have control over. But on the issue of the clearance stage, I think we know that every contractor, when it enters site, is establishes site and so forth, and there are timelines. Clearing of site, it means they are done. Now they are preparing to hand over the site officially to the department. But I think the details in terms of the how long it can be given there. And then of the issue, yes, Honorable Nehaus, the things will remain in our table as long as we are not seen as a security department, DCS. Because when they start budget cuts, they start with us. And the services and the communities that we're hosting are very dangerous people. And that is why the minister, the video that was showing, other than the human capital, really you need IT also to back you up. But as long as we think we can do Operation Chanela, put them in our facility, and then in our facility we've got Nopkires who are playing. It needs real, because you are having high profile. Last time I spoke, I was in another meeting, I said, even in the transportation of those people back and forth to court, it's costly to the department, but you are reducing and you are exposing our officers out there. So the issue of infrastructure and building more infrastructure within our facilities and those courts that are within our infrastructure, it reduces that risk, because the issue of security keeps on coming up. But how we are clustered, it is a problem, Chair. We must deal with it. But on the issue of Madiba, Chair, as I go down, Madiba man, man. Let's leave him and rest in peace, man. Yeah, it was your time then, but I don't think the president had that power to remove and put, man. Let us not mislead this class. They leave that, man. Remove
Okay, the truth will be the truth. The truth will be the truth. Thanks, Chair.
May his soul rest in peace. National Commissioner, you wanted to add, Minister?
No, I don't want to add to that, Chairperson. All I can say is that the Commissioner has just sent me the number of remand detainees of a bail of 1,000 and less is 2,127 of them. So it's quite a large portion. Much too much, yeah. So I just want to give that figure.
Cheeks, when we meet, you'll have to speak to these numbers. National Commissioner?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members. Thank you, Minister and Deputy Minister. Honorable Chairperson, I'm going to be very short in my answers, because the Minister and the Deputy Minister dealt with some of the questions that were put forward.
In your culture, National Commission, you have never been short. It means 2025, it's breeding a new thing.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I just wanted to request that we start with slide 38. Slide 38 emphasizes the impact of utilizing in-house capacity, what is referred to as in-sourcing. Slide 38. It shows the impact of us building bakeries within correctional facilities. The last bullet indicates the number of breads we were able to bake in the previous financial year, and we saved government 13 million. A loaf of bread costs us less than a quarter of how much it would cost us if we buy it from the external market. So this clearly shows that if we continue to expand, as the minister has indicated, on self-sufficiency, we will be able to save government a lot of money, but at the same time, the same offenders will be responsible for their own upkeep instead of government spending money on them. At an administrative level, Honorable Chairperson, we did declare a dispute with the Department of Public Works, but beyond that, the minister has been handling the issue with the Minister of Public Works. So there is evidence between myself as the accounting officer and the accounting officer of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. On the issue of the staff at Swellendam and Khalek, they were redeployed to other correctional facilities. With the population of more than 160,000, our numbers in terms of staff is less than 38,000. So there's always a need in other correctional facilities. So that's what we did. I will request Dr. Botha to answer on when were these facilities closed. The video that was shown, Honorable Chairperson, answers the question from Honorable Ngaba on the effectiveness of the integrated security system. What was shown there, the contrabands were stopped before they made it into the correctional facility. That is the essence. Actually, we see that as a force multiplier. And I would also ask Dr. Botha to speak to the systems that are not working in one of the facilities that were mentioned. I'm sure it's a facility that we still have to get to it in terms of reviving those systems. Honorable Muela made an input about the state of correctional facilities, taking from the slide that was talking to the condition assessment. My comment on that, Honorable Chairperson, is that we are just praying for a disaster not to befall us. At any given point in time, these facilities that are beyond repair may lead to loss of life. And yeah, basically that's what we are praying, that it doesn't happen. We were hit by a storm in Ngome over the weekend. We can't respond to that. We lost the offices for staff, and several vehicles were affected. But we can't respond to that because we just don't have the money to. So we'll have to make it a point that our officials, find a way of getting some space within the facility. And as it were, KZN and other provinces are always hit by natural disasters. That's where we are. But we have not been able to fully respond to those incidents that took place in the past 2-3 years because we just do not have the money to, and DPWI is not responding. I will not talk to the issue of DPWI. The minister did address that. On the issue of relying on consultants, we started a process with within the department to employ more engineers and project managers. It's an issue that we need to continue doing, but we are restricted by the Department of Public Service and Administration in terms of the size of the structure of the department, because government is downsizing. So the downside of it is that there is no emphasis on scarce skills. And we have built that capacity within correctional services, and that's why we are able to implement own projects, because we have engineers and project managers in-house. We are also exploring having in-house designs, meaning that we will not be relying more on consultants to design, because the structure, especially of correctional facilities, is more or less the same. What differs in most instances is the size. So if we have in-house designs, we will not have to pay for designs from scratch. On the issue of overcrowding, as I indicated, Honorable Chairperson, the Minister was able to deal with that. That's where I will leave my response, Honorable Chairperson. We have hope that the Paris and Gelexdal in the Eastern Cape will give us more beds, space. We are monitoring those projects closely as the department, in as much as they are implemented by DPWI and other implementing agencies. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members.
Thank you, National Commissioner. Honorable Carl, you are excused.
Thank you so much, Chair. I appreciate that.
Dr. Botha?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and I will try to respond to the questions, but I think the Minister and the Honorable Deputy Minister already responded some of the questions, and even the National Commissioner, but I will just try to fill the gaps. Chairperson, let me start with your question regarding, I think it was slide 11, best solution to build new correctional centers. Chair, I think it's worth noting is that when it comes to construction of new correctional center, it's twofold. One is to create bed spaces, but the second one, which is also important, is to phase out the outmoded correctional centers. So it's not only for construction of extra bed spaces, but also to construct environment conducive for rehabilitation. So it's twofold, but I agree. If you look at the price tag, that is not the only solution. So there's a lot of emphasis on regaining of lost bed spaces. I think I've mentioned, for example, Fort Beaufort in the Eastern Cape that we renovated, and Umzimkhulu as well. But yeah, it's a heavy price tag to pay, but it's something that we need to do because once the facility, the immovable asset, go through the life cycle, it becomes to a life end as well. So I hope I've answered that question, Chair, but it is quite expensive, even if you look at the pace. And we're also optimistic and positive with the interventions of the Minister and the DM and the Portfolio Committee that Public Works will support their turnaround strategy. I think there's a big drive on Public Works not to maintain the status quo. So we're also positive and we hope for the best. But Chairperson, also in terms of Baviaan's kitchen, I have a comprehensive report here. And the Chairperson is correct. Even if you look at Baviaan's that we outsourced to the IDT, there was also contractual and contract inhibiting factors that delayed the project. For example, if you look at the tender was awarded on the 5th of May 2024, and it was supposed to be a 2.5-month contract. So there was also delays, and I think the Chairperson, when you visited, you can see that there was poor workmanship, not proper planning from the consultant perhaps, because there was no reinforcing in the floor, but we can provide that comprehensive report to the Chairperson. But it is a concern, and we try to manage that. The same at Modderbee, one of the projects we're doing in-house, so that project is going well, but there was also some budget constraints, but we're busy proceeding with that contract, and we'll provide a comprehensive report to the Chairperson as well. in that regard. Then, Chair, in terms of staff accommodation, some of the correctional centres, for example, if you look at the past 5 financial years, if you look at Escort, for example, where we constructed a new correctional centre, we also constructed staff accommodation there. Zanin is still a challenge. There is space on site, and Public Works is busy with the environmental impact assessments, but we need to get to a stage where we perhaps also allocate that project to one of the other implementing agents. Standerton is one of the correctional centres that was completed in the last 5 years, but it was on the existing site, so we did not construct additional staff accommodation because there was already accommodation on site. But there's an urgent need to refurbish, for example, Standerton, the staff accommodation. Burgersdorp, Chair, the new construction, it's part of the scope, construction of staff accommodation, but also refurbishment of the existing staff accommodation on site. So that is part of the scope. Tswelepele is still a challenge, Chair. There is land vacant adjacent to the Tswelepele Correctional Centre. Currently, the staff are occupying staff accommodation either inside the old correctional centre just across the street or in town somewhere, but that's also, in terms of our infrastructure plan, it's still a priority. So we're not going to remove staff accommodation from our infrastructure plan. It's just we need to find funding models to support that. Chairperson Umtata, we're busy constructing 60 bachelor flats. The contractors on site, and I think that's one of the priorities for us. If you look at the staff accommodation Umtata, some of our officials is staying in corrugated structures there, so that process is also under construction. Then, Chair, in terms of Mtomjeni, that was the project that was finalized. Previously, it was used as a youth center. I think it was opened by the Honourable former President, Mr. Mandela, in 2000 or 2001. So it's a fairly new correctional center, but we refurbished it completely. I think the bed spaces that we regained is in the vicinity of about 200, but I will just get back to that as well in terms of the actual bed space recovered there. Then, Chair, in terms of Geluk and Swellendam, I think the Commissioner already answered that question. I was trying to get the correct information in terms of how many years, but that centre has been closed for more than 15 years, so it's before my time. I'll need to get the exact dates and when it was done and what the reason for that. And I'll come back to the Chairperson and the committee as well. Chairperson, there was a question with regard to Potchefstroom and Klerksdorp. Contract has not been paid. It's projects implemented by the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. They indicated one stage they also have budget constraints and they just didn't pay the contractor. But we'll follow up with allocated project managers to manage that project to see if we can get the contractors back onto site. Then, Chairperson, as the Commission indicated, we did declare a dispute in terms of the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act 13 of 2005 under the signature of the National Commission, but I think the Minister also followed up and he also submitted a dispute to the Honourable Minister of Public Works as well. Then, Chairperson, in terms of overcrowding, I think there's a presentation, I'm not going to go into that, but during our strategic session in November, SAPS was also invited. There was a presentation done by Major General Rabi, where we indicated to them that they will need to find performance indicators to fast-track the conviction or processing of remand detainees. So at that stage, he didn't respond positively, but what he indicated that will come back to us and see how they can rectify that one of the performance indicators should not only be arrest, but also in terms of processes in terms of the investigation and conviction as well. Then, Chair, in terms of Parys, yes, that project implemented previously by the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, but when a contractor was liquidated or terminated, the project was at 55% completed. I will just need to get the exact figures, what money was spent, but I know the project is now implemented by the Development Bank of Southern Africa, and they've implemented consequence management. I know there's a legal process that's unfolding, but once again, I think the new contractor appointed took something like 18 months as well, but they were also subcontracted by Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. Then, Chairperson, in terms of the integrated security systems, the contract that the honourable member were referring to that will expire at 3rd of December this year, and also in terms of skills development. In terms of the CIDB Act, the Construction Industry Development Board Act, there's a new requirement, what they call the build skills transfer. So once a contract's above a certain value, the contractor can either pay that funds over to the CIDB and they will recruit built environment trainees to be trained, but or they can opt to recruit their own trainees, which they did. So at every site, there's 8 sites on that contract. So in terms of a contract, 2 DCS officials are undergoing training in terms of ISS, but also 16 youngsters that were deployed or sent to various technical colleges to do either in-house training or tertiary qualifications on electrical mechanical engineering. So that process is one of the contractual conditions. Then, Chairperson, in terms of consultants, yes, it is I think it's a big concern that the majority of the work is outsourced to consultants. So as the Commission indicated at Correctional Services, and I'm just looking at the audit here, at head office we have a total of 15 built environment professionals, a combination of engineers, architects, quantity surveyors, but even in our regions, for example, if you look at the Eastern Cape, we also have 3 built environment professionals. So there's a big drive to do in-house designs and put out contracts, either to outsource appointment of contractors or by means of own resources. But as the Honourable Deputy Minister indicated, when we received the allocation on the user charger, in terms of the 720 million allocated for user charges, there's a sentence from National Treasury. This amount is ring-fenced to Department of Public Works Infrastructure. And we've tried to engage National Treasury on that, and we've tried to engage Public Works on that matter. But until that money is ring-fenced by the Department or National Treasury, we cannot actually utilize that money for our own projects in-house. Then, Chairperson, in terms of the fence, if you look at Paulsmoor, for example, on that video clip, I think what we need to emphasize, you have 2 fences or 2 types of fences at correctional centers. So if you have the correctional center, close to the correctional center, you have a security fence. So that fence is normally fitted with intelligence, your cameras, detection systems, vibration systems. So those fences are secure. But if you look, for example, what happened in Paulsmoor, that is the outer perimeter fence, not the security fence. So you have an in-house security fence and an outer perimeter fence. So those outer perimeter fences have no intelligence or electronic surveillance systems on because of the length of the fence. And what is happening after hours, some of these intruders, they cut through the fence like a normal farm fence, and they go in and they deposit some of these contrabands. So I just want to emphasize that. And in terms of the security system, so on your inner fence, there will be an alarm that will go off at the correctional center in the control room to say someone is trying to scale the fence, but on the outer fence, there's no detection systems. Chairperson, I think I've answered most of the questions in support of my executive, and I will pause at this stage. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Dr. Botha. Are we fine with the responses that were given, Minister? There's no any lapse?
I'm fine, thank you, Chair. I don't know.
DM?
I think we tried, Chair, but maybe the issue, under the underperformance at Paris, which Dr. Botha has indicated that it will come with a bit of a detail there. It's a matter maybe that might concern members, but we'll do that as an addendum. Thank you.
NC?
Honorable Chairperson, on my side, as administration, we are okay. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Members, did we get all our questions answered? I would like us to get to that before we do follow-ups. There's questions I asked as well were not answered. Mrs. Ngaba?
Thank you, Chair. The first two that were not answered was the question of just clarity. Are there only 2 funded centers in the construction pipeline, was my question. The second question was, what are the costs associated with deferring a project instead of cancelling it? So is it costing you anything to have these deferred things on your books? Those were the 2. And then in responding to me about the user charge, everyone said there's this designation from Treasury, but then you didn't finish the thought. So what did Treasury say to you? Why are they not changing that designation? What is the status of that thing? You can't just leave it as Treasury says no. Why do they say no? Where are we with that?
So there's no one. Okay. I've asked about the Mtonjeni Youth Center on alleviating overcrowding. I was still remaining with the status quo whilst we're trying to deal with overcrowding in Gauteng, keeping Mtonjeni as a youth center. So meaning, and how are you going to effect that? That's a question I asked and it was not responded to. Slide 9, both facilities of Solendam and Gelek. The National Commissioner responded to it, but I did not get when they were both closed. Because of the first question was, when were both facilities closed? And the National Commissioner responded to the transfer of the redeployment of officials to other correctional facilities, but I did not get whether they maintained their ranks when they were deployed in those facilities, which was another question posed. I did not get a response to it. Thank you. National Commissioner?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. On the issue of the user charges, this is a function of the Division of Revenue Act. So we indicated that Treasury is the one that is supposed to allow departments to utilize those amounts in cases where the Department of Public Works is not delivering. We have approached Treasury in many ways. There's evidence to that. In fact, I ended up even getting a legal opinion internally as to whether can we just utilize those funds. And I was told that I'll end up in jail. So that's where we left it administratively. Hence, we elevated the matter to the minister, and there's that engagement between our minister and the Minister of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. The ranks were maintained, Honorable Chairperson. We did not demote any, as I've indicated, that we are having a shortage of staff as compared to the population that we are managing. Mtonjeni will still be maintained as a youth center. In as much as we have to deal with the issue of overcrowding. We have projects that we are implementing that are in-house, where we are fixing cells that are not in use currently, and ensuring that we supply beds because we manufacture our own beds. So we continue to regain the bed space that we have lost because of basic maintenance. We're utilizing in-house capacity for us to be able to do that. I'm going to request through you, Honorable Chairperson, that Dr. Botha then deals with the questions that has to do with the issue of only two facilities budgeted for, and what does it cost to defer? the issue of deferring a project, you still have the same contracted consultants or contractors. It doesn't cost us, especially on the side of consultants. But if you have contractors on site, you will have costs with regards to standing time. But these are projects that are managed by the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. Most of our projects are in the planning stages as they were presented. So consultants are basically requested to hold on until we find resources to move to the next stage of project development. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Dr. Porter?
Thank you, Chair. In terms of our capital allocation and projects funded for the construction of new correctional centres, currently we only have those 2 projects funded under the current allocation for this financial year and next financial year. So it's Burgerdorp and Parys. But as the Commission indicated, we have other projects that we flagged there that's in the pipeline. We're busy with the planning and design, but we've actually paused or deferred. So we don't want to get to a stage that there's no funding available, but we have a contractor on site. Because as the Commissioner indicated, in terms of the JBCC contract, we incur extra costs for standing time. So I hope I responded to that. But when it comes to deferment of contracts, one of the biggest risks of your environmental impact assessments, because normally they will only approve that for a certain period. So if you haven't started with the construction within that period, then you need to start the process over. So I think that is the biggest risk in terms of our projects that we started with the planning, but we're not going into the next stage of construction. Thank you, Chairperson.
When were the 2 facilities closed?
Chairperson, I'll need to come back, but it's longer than 15 years. I was inquiring from my colleagues now at the office, and it's actually before our time, so it's more than 15 years ago that those 2 centres were closed. But I'll get the exact date, and I'll come back to the committee on those dates. Thank you.
I hope you do come back to the committee, Dr. Botha. There are a lot of things that we have asked the department to bring to the attention of the portfolio committee last year, and they've not been able to do that. And some of those matters that we have been seeking reports on, we have actually taken a decision to put them on the program of the portfolio committee to department to come and account for them. Because there are no reports, so it means there's no work done on those. So let's not have a situation of having to sit the portfolio committee to be dealing with Swellendam and Khalek. Dr. Botha. On infrastructural issues, especially Baviaansport and Modderbee, and this is on the basis of the oversight that we did in Gauteng and how the situations were in both kitchens, and Modderbee overall, including the facility itself. I'm not sure which medium did we visit when we did. Was it medium A or B? But the cells were equally dilapidated. There were storages running through and so forth. But what we didn't get from the report, Dr. Botha, which we requested when we're doing oversight, we given the department a deadline of 3 months of both facilities, which was in October, and that the deadline was now in January. We have also sought from Baviaansport of how much has the department spent so far from that project, and what was the initial cost budget to that project, and how much are we going to even incur since the project is still ongoing. What we are not getting a sense on is that, are we 90% complete or are we 80% complete? We can see the surface as more, there's work being done compared to when we did the actual visit there. And with also Baviaansport and other contracts not being carried out properly, what was the recourse done by the department, especially against those responsible for the delays and so forth? And I'm raising this on the basis that when we're doing a debriefing after the walkabout in Baviaansport, we nearly left without us going to visit the kitchen with an impression given to the portfolio committee that all is well in the kitchen until we decided to go to the kitchen and found the situation is not what we're presented with. So those are things that we have requested previously when we did the oversight, and we're still yet not received them officially in the portfolio committee, which is a worrying factor, Dr. Botha. And we thought the presentation equally, when it speaks to infrastructure, you have Modderbee and Baviaansport being quoted, meaning we would have received, we sought an updated report on both the centers. So without wasting any time, there would be a delegation of honorable members to both the centers. This is a discussion that we're having with the chair of chairs, whether it allows the portfolio committee to go again. If not, those who reside in Gauteng and nearer to Gauteng will go to both the centers. The dates will be communicated through the committee secretary to ascertain ourselves as the portfolio committee of whether work is in progress or it's been done, so that we don't find a situation again another year it's added on the process of both kitchens. Because if it's critical for the kitchens to be functional, and it can be that Zonderwater must cater for Baviaansport, Bosbeck must cater for Modderbee, whilst they're dealing with their own inmate issues. On building of new prisons, more effort should be put in the full implementation of relevant legislations provisions to deal with overcrowding without us hampering on building new prisons. We're not solving anything in building new prisons, but we need to deal with the issues, the real issues that are facing overcrowding. The remand detainee issue, the justice system, entirety, the courts, and all other role players within the criminal justice system. We need to implore on that. And with courts, discussions on speeding up the issues of trials or court dates, so that it assists us in dealing with the remand detainees and finishing off cases in time, so that we do not have an influx of remand detainees who we don't know whether their cases are about to finish. So building of new prisons is not ideally the best solution that we can come out with, especially seeing that we're facing budget cuts. And we don't know in this coming few months or few weeks what our fate of the department faces with issues of budgets. So let's try to intensify bilaterals with the department or with the JCPS cluster on making sure that all those who are linked to the IGS system play their effective role in assisting the department. We understand that the department, it's not entirely responsible for the overcrowding, but we equally need to play a role in alleviating overcrowding. We have correctional facilities that are seriously highly dilapidated that we need to maintain. So we can't then build new prisons whilst we're struggling to maintain the ones that we're currently are dealing with. It means every maintenance issue are going to defeat because of a possible solution of building a new facility. Whilst just to build a 500-bed space, it takes us a decade of 6 years. And then we still want to pursue building of new facilities. It makes no sense until we can be able to effect the process and we have it under control, then we can ensue that. But we don't have under control. We rely on public works, which has solemnly shown that it's not playing its role in this part. But we still want to mandate it, or IDT, which we thought would do better, Dr. Botha, but it seems it's falling through as well. DBSA as well. Encouraging of building bakeries, that's the greatest suggestion. That's the greatest idea. And whilst we do encourage building of more bakeries, it saves cost. 13 million, it's a lot of money that can be used or diverted to something else. So let's do that. Let's encourage all possibly facilities, if possible, National Commissioner, that they do have bakeries. it has seen as something that is doable and use offender labor where possible. Where it's not possible, let's find ways. But where there is a possibility, let's use offender labor for that, so that it equally assists the department in saving cost. And also it will assist us to self-reliant on ourselves as the department, and be able also, whilst we're providing skills for inmates, be able to provide that skills in giving them that offender labor opportunities. I've spoken to the Baviaansport and Modderbee process. Members will do the oversight, especially those in Gauteng, if it permits all portfolio committee members, but if it doesn't, it will be those who are based in Gauteng, because of it will be cost effective for them to do that in a day, and be able to come back to the portfolio committee and give us a report, whether what we received in the portfolio committee speaks to what we would have seen on site. We equally spoke on the oversight in Gauteng, National Commission, led by the DM, that we need to find a way to collect or recoup monies of projects that were unfinished, projects that have taken time to be completed, project that was budgeted. For instance, if it's 100 million, we managed to spend even more than what was initially budgeted for, but still that contractor did not actually finish. Instead of us holding those contractors accountable, we then cancel the project and reappoint a new one. So we're not solving a solution, a situation. We spoke to that matter, and I've not gotten an idea in the reports today whether, how far did we find any solicited, any legal opinion on how to go about it, and whether it's possible for us to do it, so that we're able to recoup what initially we've spent, but we did not get the end result of it. And whilst we're on that, also blacklist contractors that failed to adhere to the contracts given to them, or the tenders that they were given, so that no department is able to award them. If they can do it to DCS, it means they will be able to do it in all departments. Because of this is not only a DCS matter. Would appreciate to get an update report on the issue of the incinerators. And I think we spoke about it even last year, National Commissioner. The court battle of the officials, how far is it? Are we winning the battle of recouping the fine that we have received from the Department of Fisheries? So once the matter is a bit sorted, would appreciate to get that update and report. Mrs. Ngaba spoke on the Malmesbury on the issue of the integrated system, the integrated security system. Can we get a report that indicates how many integrated security systems have been enrolled? Is it all facilities? If it's not all facilities, which facilities are those? And which ones are we yet to enroll it? So that we don't have a situation. I know Zanini was facing the same thing, Dr. Bota. And you last informed me that the situation now is under control in Zanini. So we need to attend to Malmesbury if the issue is not yet sorted. So if you don't attend to it, I trust Mrs. Ngaba to go back and check for us on that matter. The insourcing is the greatest idea. Let's implement it, including being self-reliant on consultants. The AG, one of the AG's findings or flagging was on how highly we've spent in the department or relying on consultants. So let's limit consultants, everything consultants, it can be. So let's find a way of moving out of consultancy and be self-reliant as a department. We once had, but this was in the 6th administration, National Commissioner, of the department, the portfolio committee called the Department of Public Works, and it was led by the minister. Then was Minister Sihle Zigalala, to come and account on infrastructural issues of both, when we're still clustered with justice, of both justice and correctional service, perhaps this portfolio committee must take that shape again. And in this instance, instead of calling for the Department of Public Works, but have the portfolio committee equal of Public Works to be part, so that it becomes both departments of DCS and Public Works with both portfolio committees, so that we can put an end to this on Public Works vis-a-vis the department. It was quite disappointing to get a report when we're doing an oversight in Gauteng in October, when we're asking the Department of Public Works why it's not adhering to maintaining facilities. And they told us straightly that they've stopped servicing the department because of the department, what was the right word, Engel? We are not paying them, or... Yes. So we need to have a full detailed explanation why Public Works is not adhering to its core functions of taking care of buildings, all state buildings, and this will be speaking on behalf of the DCS, will not be entering in other departments, but in a case that involves that department. So we'll initiate that. We'll write to the portfolio committee of Public Works for that invite of both the portfolio committee, including the department, so that then we can take stock on infrastructural issues and put to rest what is really the problem and what is it that perhaps that meeting will come up with a solution on how to navigate this. Because the department on itself, Public Works, it is still responsible for IDT and DBSA. So even if you navigate out of Public Works, you are still facing IDT and DBSA, which are core functions of the department, and both are reporting to the portfolio committee. So perhaps that route, National Commissioner, to reunite you with your old colleagues and see if there would be any recourse to the solution. Jigs on the 1,000 rand, the 1,000 rand bail, or the below 1,000 rand, 500, 100 rands, I'll always benchmark this with Colesbeck, because we had someone who had a bail given of 100 rand DM, but they couldn't afford it. This will take stock, hence I said, Jigs, you'll speak to it when we meet. This will take stock to it when you come and present on the bail funding process, to see if we equally, as the portfolio committee, want to play a role in assisting the department in dealing with some of these issues or challenges that the department is facing, including overcrowding. So those are recommendations, and we hope what is due to the portfolio committee would be sent. What does not get to be sent, it will be a standing item in the portfolio committee for the department to come and account, so that we don't have what has happened last year happening again this year. There will be a shift and a change in approach on how we're doing things in the portfolio committee, so that both the executive and the department accounts to the portfolio committee on work that is done. So colleagues, we'll move now to item number 4 of the agenda, which is briefing by the department on the latest stats of foreign nationals, including the inmate population vis-a-vis the bed space capacity that the department is facing. I saw on the stats in one of the reports, it's 107, I think 343 or 433, Dr. Musoma, if I'm correct. And this was an updated stats that I was given even when we had the security cluster briefing. So, Minister, you can then lead us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to give an overview. I think the presentation touches on all the matters or issues, and I hand over to the Commissioner so we can continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. Thank you, Minister. The Chief Deputy Commissioner responsible for incarceration and corrections, Ms. Molepo, will lead us on the presentation.
Thank you very much, National Commissioner. Greetings to Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members, Honorable Minister and Honorable Deputy Minister, and to all the members of the committee and also everyone in this room. As indicated, my name is Anna Molepo, the Chief Deputy Commissioner responsible for incarceration and corrections. I'll be taking you through on the foreign nationals incarcerated in DCS facilities. So in terms of the outline of the presentation, I will be taking you through the snapshot of the inmate population so that when we discuss the number of foreign nationals within our facilities, we will understand the impact of foreign nationals on the inmate population. Then I'll also take you through on the snapshot of offenders serving effective sentences above 10 years and the number of bed spaces available in correctional centers. My colleague, Dr. Buotha, has already given the bed space, the approved bed space within our facilities. And I'll also take you through the active remand detainees, foreign nationals, and also active sentence foreign nationals, the both active RDs and sentence foreign nationals, and also the prevalent crimes committed by sentence foreign nationals. I will then discuss the management of foreign nationals in the department. Then that would be the challenges, recommendations, and conclusion. In terms of the purpose, as requested, Honorable Chairperson, is to brief the Portfolio Committee with regard to the inmate population from the 30th of April to the 20th of January 2025. That is the date when we were requested to submit the statistics. Hence, it is up to the 23rd of January 2025. We'll also indicate the number of remand detainees and sentenced foreign nationals incarcerated in the department and number of sentenced offenders serving effective sentences above 10 years. Then we will also discuss the challenges that we are currently experiencing within the department. In terms of the inmate population, so on this slide, we have just given the number of inmate population starting from the 30th of April so that we can see how the number of inmate population from April up until January 2025. So I will just take you through the table to indicate the approved bed space that when we started the financial year 2024-2025, we started with the approved bed space of 105,000, and currently, as indicated, we are at 107,346. That the number increased due to regaining the bed space from Kutama Sintumuli. So from April, we had, in terms of remand detainees, we had 57,000. And in terms of other unsentenced, that is the state patients, we had 216. And with regard to the sentenced offenders, from April, we had 98,191. And the grand total was 156,229, and the occupancy level was 148%. So by the occupancy level, it shows that with the approved bed space of 105,474, we then had the inmate population that is both remand detainees and sentenced at 156, and we were at 48% overcrowding. So we do have an indicator on overcrowding in terms of APP that we are measuring. So in terms of this slide, as you can see, from April up until September, we were at overcrowding levels. Up until September, we were at 49%. So it has been increasing from 48%. We only had a decrease in June and July, whereby we had 45% and 44%. So that was due to the space that we have regained from Kutama, Sintumule. But as you can see, even if we have regained that 3,000 bed space, it still did not have that huge impact in terms of reducing our overcrowding levels. So by September, we were back to 49%. That is an increase from the from April, which was our first month of the financial year. So on the next slide, that is up until the 23rd of January, when we had our approved bed space of 107,346. As you can see at the last column, our overcrowding levels has been increasing from 49% in October, and currently on the 23rd of January, we are at 55%. So that says that in terms of overcrowding for the indicator that we are measuring in our APP for 2024-2025, the chances are that we may not achieve that indicator because our target is 50% and currently we are at 55% overcrowding. So we are overcrowded, hence I'm saying that there is that possibility that we may not achieve on the indicator on overcrowding. On the next slide is in terms of offenders serving effective sentences of above 10 years. So as we can see, we did that according to quarterly, on a quarterly basis. On the 30th of June, that is the first quarter, we had offenders serving more than 10 years to 15 years, and also the next column is offenders serving 15 years to 20 years and more than 20 years, and also life sentence. So we had the numbers from June, from June we had 18,000, and we had a decrease in September and December on lifers. But then in March 2024, then we started to see that increase in terms of lifers. So with regard to lifers, it also impacts directly and indirectly on our overcrowding because they are spending a long time in our facilities, and the mere fact that they will be spending a long time in our facilities, therefore their bed spaces will not become readily available, which also places more pressure on already overcrowded facilities. Because as you can see, in September, we had 18, when we add all these numbers, we are about 50-something thousand. And that 50-something, is around 52,000 sentenced offenders who are serving a sentence of more than 10 years. So that 52,000 is out of the 102 offenders, 102 sentenced offenders. So you can see it's close to 40% of our sentenced offenders who are serving life sentences. Hence, we are saying it does have an impact on the overcrowding levels. On the next slide, it shows the bed space per region. Dr. Buerta already discussed it in terms of the bed space, that since July, our bed space is 107,346. So for Eastern Cape, we have 12,204. Free State and Northern Cape is 18,000. Gauteng is 23,000, and KZN is 17,000. Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and Northwest is 17,000, and Western Cape is 17,000. So when we look at the approved bed space versus the inmate population, in Eastern Cape, we had, in January, we had offenders around 21,502, which is more than the 12,205. So that says for Eastern Cape, we are overcrowded by more than 70%. And for Free State and Northern Cape, we have a bed space of 18,000, and we had a total number of inmate population of 23,000, and we are overcrowded by 19%. Gauteng, we had inmate population of 40,000, and we are overpopulated. We are overcrowded by 68%. And KZN, we are overcrowded by 44% because we had 26,353 offenders against the bed space of 17,778. LMN, we are at 43%. Western Cape, we were at 52%. So that was the bed space as at 31st December 2024. So basically what we are saying is that in all the regions, we are overcrowded. The highest overcrowding level is in Eastern Cape, whereby we are at 71%, followed by Gauteng, which is 68%, Western Cape 52%, KZN 44%, LMN 43%, and lastly, Free State and Northern Cape, we are at 19%. In terms of foreign nationals, the table provides the total number of remand detainee foreign nationals incarcerated in the department. So we have around 12,771 as at January 2025, as I've indicated that our statistics was based on the 23rd of January 2025. So RDs, foreign nationals, we had 12,771. KZN, we had 964, and LMN 2,733, and Gauteng province is 7,000. Free State and Northern Cape is 220, and Eastern Cape is 350. Western Cape, we have 1,006 RDs. So the number of active remand detainee foreign national, it constitutes 20.14% of the total population of remand detainees, which is 63,402. Regarding foreign nationals of sentenced offenders, as at January 2025, we are at 12,676, which also constitutes 12.4% of the total sentenced inmate population of 102,000. So from Eastern Cape, we have 249 sentenced foreign nationals, and Free State and Northern Cape, we have 1,005, and Gauteng province, we have 5,800, and KZN, we have 1,000, LMN is 3,500, and Western Cape is 405. So the total number of both the remand detainee and the sentenced foreign nationals within our facilities is 25,447 as at January 2025. So that constitutes 15.8% of our total inmate population, which is 160,353. So foreign nationals within the department is 15.8%, which is, to round it off, is 16%. Then in terms of gender disaggregation for sentenced offenders, as indicated that totally for sentenced foreign nationals, we have 12,676. So males, we have 12,021 males, and females, we have 655. So the female sentenced offenders, they constitute 5.4% of the foreign nationals. Regarding the active sentenced foreign nationals, the crimes, the country of origin, where they are coming from, we made an average of them to indicate those that are high in numbers. So as you can see from the table, Zimbabwe has the highest number of active sentenced foreign nationals. They do have 4,105. And Mozambique have 3,336 active sentenced foreign nationals. And Lesotho have got 2,180. And Malawi is 1,821. So all in all, as I've indicated, that this is just the average, taking only those that have the highest numbers. It's Zimbabwe, Mozambique, Lesotho, and Malawi. Coming to the crimes committed by sentenced foreign nationals, in terms of those offenders who are sentenced only for immigration law, we have 65%. So that is quite a huge number of those sentenced offenders who committed a crime and they were sentenced for immigration law only. So the other one is those that were sentenced for immigration law and also with additional crimes, we have 14%. And those who committed murder is 5.56%, and others committed rape, which is 3.7%, and robbery is 3.36%, housebreaking and theft is 3.33%, theft is 2.62%, and robbery aggravating is 1%. So those are in terms of the prevalent crimes committed by sentenced foreign nationals in descending order. So in terms of management of foreign nationals in the department, we are indicating that the Correctional Services Act as well as the Correctional Service Regulations, they do not make any reference to the management of foreign nationals. So what we are saying is that foreign nationals are being managed like any other sentenced offenders in line with the Correctional Service Act. There's no section in the Correctional Services Act that is dedicated to dealing with foreign nationals as a separate category of offenders, since citizens of foreign origin are equally covered by Chapter 2 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. So the effect is that generally all the stipulations in the Correctional Services Act are also directly applicable to foreign nationals who are serving terms of imprisonment in correctional facilities. So the department is responsible for identifying foreign nationals in its detention facilities and reporting such to the Department of Home Affairs. So we are working with the Department of Home Affairs with regard to managing the foreign nationals, and it is the responsibility of the department to hand such offenders over to the relevant authorities when they are released or placed out and are normally detained at the repatriation center under control of DHA until deportation. So what it means is that when foreign nationals reach their time for parole consideration, we do work together with the Department of Home Affairs, whereby they will be informed for them to come and take those offenders for deportation. And also when they reach the sentence expiry date, the Department of Home Affairs will be engaged. In terms of challenges, we indicated here the judgment of the Constitutional Court that it has a major impact on overcrowding, as inmates are criminally charged for being illegal immigrants, and these inmates spend more time as remand detainees, and when they are finally sentenced, they are often given shorter custodial sentences. So the admission of remand detainees, which are higher than releases, coupled with delays in finalizing court cases, they tend to sustain higher levels of overcrowding. So whilst we are still on challenges, I've indicated that the judgment is impacting negatively in the issuing of deportation orders, and there is work in progress in terms of the Department of Home Affairs aligning the Immigration Act with other relevant frameworks, and courts were sensitized to do confirmations of deportation pending finalization of promulgation of the Act. So what we are saying is that we do internally, as both a minister, deputy minister, and also commissioner indicated, that we do have frameworks, we do have an overcrowding strategy, we do have protocols, we also have standard operating procedures that we are implementing in terms of managing overcrowding within our facilities. But as indicated earlier on, that there are various stakeholders involved in terms of, that should be involved in terms of managing overcrowding. There are task teams, JCPS task team developed, whereby we are expected to develop an integrated overcrowding reduction strategy so that each department will be in a position to indicate as to what they are going to do in terms of managing overcrowding. So in concluding, we are saying as the department, we are committed to rendering quality services as it strives to maintain fair treatment to all inmates, and we are also continuing to strive to align the department with the standard minimum rules for the treatment of prisoners, that is implementing the Nelson Mandela rules. In terms of recommendations, we are recommending to the Portfolio Committee to note the inmate population for the period of 30th April 2024 to 23rd January 2025 in terms of our performance on overcrowding, and also take note of the number of sentenced foreign nationals incarcerated in the Department of Correctional Services and those sentenced offenders serving effective sentences of above 10 years, and the challenges regarding the impact brought in by the Immigration Act, Section 34, that is the Immigration Act 13 of 2002. With that, that's our submission. Thank you very much, National Commissioner and Deputy Minister, Minister and Honorable Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the report. I think it was more explicit on numbers that we are currently facing. Members, do you want to take a bite? Honorable Engelbrecht, Mrs. Ngaba, Mamduchwa, Ms. James, Honorable Muela. In that sequence, Babkasa, you'll be the last one.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want some clarity. If you looking at the sentenced offenders, immigration law only. So someone came in, they are declared an illegal immigrant, and then they are incarcerated. I just want to understand. Then they are incarcerated here for an extended period because they broke the immigration law. And 65, that's what? 8,200 inmates that's caught, that's not supposed to be here, and then we keep them here and it costs us money. I just want to get my head wrapped around that. Shouldn't we catch them and send them back if the only crime that they committed was to break the immigration law? I don't understand that. And then if we go to the the recommendation, it says that the portfolio committee should note this, that, and the other, but the section that I miss is recommendations from the department side as to what measures are in place to change the current state of affairs. If you can just give some clarity on that, please.
Mrs. Ngaba.
Thank you. My questions are quite similar to my colleague. I'm a little bit disappointed in the presentation just because I don't think you explain the meaning of some of these things and why they matter. So my first question would be, what is the sentence for immigration-only offenses? As a general rule, how long are you having to keep people? And then the second thing is, are there agreements in place for sentenced offenders to serve their sentences in their own countries? Is that even allowable by law, or is there a law we could put in place to make that possible? The other thing is there a policy discussion happening, whether it's at cabinet level or wherever else, about the usefulness of having custodial sentences for immigration-only offenses? As my colleague Yanu said, just looking at sentenced offenders, if 65.33 is immigration only, that is 8,281 people you could have deported versus incarcerating them. If you apply that same percentage to remand detainees, that's another 8,343. So 16,000 people potentially that you could move out of the system if you deported them instead of incarcerating them. So is there a policy discussion as to why we have chosen to have custodial sentences for immigration-only offenses? And then there was a slide there about people who are sentenced to more than 10 years, more than 20 years, and life. And your recommendations said we must take note of the number of foreign nationals who are sentenced to long sentences, but you didn't tell us that. So of those categories that you outlined there, how many are foreign nationals serving life? How many are foreign nationals serving 10 or 20 years? That would have been useful to have. And then you discussed a little bit the Immigration Act and the Lawyers for Human Rights judgment. So now that you've had this thing, have you engaged any legal professionals to help you draft what would an amendment to the Immigration Act looks like that helps you with your function? Is anyone looking at that? Recently I heard Mr. Nxumalo on, I think you're on TV, saying one of the challenges is that you have to ask the foreign national if they are willing to serve their sentence in their home country. If they say no, there's nothing you can do about it. What law does that, and how can we change it? Is there any work taking place to look into that? And then we mentioned the Lawyers for Human Rights judgment, but there was no meat on it. So what exactly was the practice that the court had to rule unconstitutional? What was at the heart of the problem so that we can start to think about how we fix it? Can anyone just talk us through that judgment briefly?
Thank you. Ma'am Tujwa.
No, thank you, Chair, and thank you for welcoming me in the committee. Just clarity, and I hope I've captured it well. The foreign nationals that are on parole, my clarity is, in fact, okay, before clarity, a person that is on parole, he or she is in a particular address, visited every time, asked to go and sign. How confident are you that these foreign nationals, obviously that I don't think that they have got a permanent place of stay, that they are going to ensure that they follow the rules, and is the department able to follow that through? Because I was seated here trying to understand a foreign national on parole, and where does what happens? I think on other questions, and in particular immigration law, I think I've been covered by the other members, of which I really support and agree on what they are raising in terms of that. And the last one is that I don't hear with this overcrowding, Chair, which is maybe something which is out. I don't hear with this overcrowding the health situation in our foreign nationals. You'll pardon me, Chair, as a former health worker, I will forever. Because when people are overcrowded, there are health implications. Is the department dealing with able to manage that? I'm just bringing it in because overcrowding do have a negative impact in terms of the health conditions of people that are in your facilities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Tujwa. Honorable Mola.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, I think the most of the issues that I wanted to touch on, most critically on the issue of immigration laws, which make up 65.33% as indicated on the slide, which is part of the 15.8% of the foreign nationals, which they've indicated that 12,676, which is an extreme if you can compare it with the 55% overcrowding that we're having in our facilities. So my question is with regard to the recent case at Stelfontein mine, where we can see a number of foreign nationals who are resurfacing from the Stellenfontein mine in Northwest S2. Is the number inclusive of those who are resurfacing there, or do we have those who are resurfacing there as part of those who are now in our facilities, or is not inclusive of them, or are they part as we are speaking now? Because we can see, given this number of overcrowding, if we're making an arrest, as Honorable Ngaba has said, and taking them straight into our facilities, then we are talking at a situation which is becoming even worse day by day. So I just want clarity in terms of how this one is being handled, and how is it affecting the number which is already very tense in the facilities. I think most of the critical issues I wanted to touch, the colleagues have touched on it. It becomes a problem, the issue of foreign nationals, and what is the plan and the strategy on how to cap it, working together with other, those who are involved, Home Affairs, your police, and everyone, so that it is managed. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Mwela. Ms. James?
Thank you so much, Chair. We speak of this matter as if though it's the first time. And I find that the presentation, we've been speaking about it, we've had presentations previously about the overcrowding that came through in the previous presentations, but I don't see the total cost. I think I would have liked to see the total cost since April to 23 Jan, how much this is costing taxpayers. This is one topic that sparked widespread outrage, Chair, not so long ago. We've heard previously when we brought it and we mentioned it, we've heard that, and I asked where in legislation has this been documented, that we actually need to consult these inmates, and I think it was you, Minister, who said to the committee that somewhere we were told that we need to consult the foreign national inmates on whether they want to return home or not. That was the first thing that we were told, correct me if I'm wrong. And then also after that meeting, and there's also been said that there has been previous communication with these countries. And at that meeting a couple of months ago, we asked, can we see maybe the records of the previous communications that were sent to these countries and what were the outcomes? And also, I think my colleague covered me in the previous question where she said, what have we done as a department? What robust engagements and actions has there been from DCS? Not just saying that, you know what, this is what is stated and highlighted in legislation, this is the current, we all know the current situation. We are asking, what is the department? How many meetings has been held? How many engagements has been held with all of these countries? What are the steps taken, the active steps taken, not every 6 months, but every month, to ensure that we rid our prisons of foreign nationals? We have to start prioritizing South Africans, and we need to be patriotic, irrespective of how people want to label us and judge us. If they want to call us xenophobic for putting South Africans first, then so be it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. James. Bob Kasa?
Thank you, Chair. I would like to propose that countries whose citizens are frequently committing crime in our country should face consequences in terms of visa restrictions, trade relations, and future employment opportunities. And if we can draw lessons from Botswana, where correctional facilities are known for their harsher and more punitive conditions, and their emphasis is on deterrence rather than rehabilitation. And the conditions in prisons are designed to discourage or reoffending, because the incarceration of foreign nationals not only worsen the strain on our already overburdened correctional system, but also diverts critical financial resources that could be better utilized in other sectors like schools, etc. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bab Gasa. I can see the National Commissioner is a bit strained. Are you here, Commissioner? Okay. I was checking if you are still here. You really need to prepare for them. I think colleagues, members of parliament have echoed. This matter has been a burning matter for the past 2 weeks. Actually, it was one of the matters that has been dominant in the security cluster briefings on the population of foreign nationals and what is it that as a country we're doing about it. And I echo the very same sentiments as members that if we need to do an amendment to the Immigration Act, we need to do that. We're keeping already sentenced foreign national and whom are sentenced on issues of immigration law, and we're still keeping them. Why do we even have to ask them, Nxuma law, whether they want to be incarcerated in our country or not? Why do we give them that right to choose where they want to serve their incarceration? It can't be. The moment they got arrested, they forfeited the right to be in the country, and especially if they're in the country illegally. Perhaps we should have that discussion with those who are legally in the country and say they will forfeit that right when they transgressed with the law. But those who are incarcerated because of the illegally in the country, you can't give them that even an opportune discussion to say choose. South Africans don't have a liberty who are incarcerated to choose, National Commissioner, where they would want to serve their sentences. It's through courts that decide where they should serve the sentence. If a magistrate court of Johannesburg says Khomotso Ramolobeng must be incarcerated in Cape Town, based on that order as a department, you carry it out. You don't ask me whether I want to be incarcerated nearer to home so that it gives my family that privilege to visit me. But we ask those who are illegal in the country where they would want to serve. It makes no sense. The first clarity I would seek: how is the department monitoring foreign national parolees, as Mam Dujwa would have asked that question on parolees? There is a stage, there is a process that unfolds when you give an inmate a parole. And I know the minister would have appeared before the portfolio committee and indicated on those that is giving, and amongst them I think is foreign nationals that we received the report on. So how is the department ensuring that parolees comply with their parole conditions, as indicated by Mam Dujwa, the addresses and so forth, especially in relation to those who are illegal in the country? We now understand the issues of deportation. You can't deport them because of the judge issues an order that says incarcerate them for the remainder of the period of their sentence, incarcerate them in Sun City or Johannesburg Correctional Facility. Therefore, based on the department, you need to comply with that. But we need to enter into a discussion with the Department of Justice and Home Affairs on how to navigate this. Because already our overburdened facilities on overcrowding, we're incurring costs in keeping foreigners. We need to have this discussion. If it means there must be an amendment to this, we need to start doing that, Minister, with your counterparts. Perhaps the JCPS cluster also needs to look at this matter so that we start to mean business. Yes, we are not xenophobic or we are not trying to sound somehow, but we're saying those who have transgressed in our laws, we need to have discussions with their countries. The stat says Zimbabwe, Mozambique, Malawi, and Lesotho are having the highest population of foreign nationals. Why are we not having bilateral with those countries? We're incarcerating them, let them serve that sentences. Because they know the conditions, once you ask them, they know the conditions in their countries in terms of correctional facilities are more harsher than ours. They will not be able to even survive. Given the fact that most of the offenders are incarcerated for immigration offenses, how is the department ensuring that such offenders do not re-enter the country? Do we have that discussion with Home Affairs? What are some of the resolutions that the department has with Home Affairs in this regard? I know there was a program, National Commissioner, that you had with the DG of Home Affairs. Does that program speak to this effect of issues of foreign national or the Immigration Act? If it does, what are those? So that at least we begin to enter into that discussion as the portfolio committee, inclusive as the country as well. What are some of the bilaterals or resolutions on prisoner exchange programs? Does South Africa have this with SADC countries, given the fact that most of these foreign offenders come from the region? Do we have those? Those are clarities I would seek. Minister and the team, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I will be short from my side. Can I just say there are different or various references to the Department of Home Affairs and the Immigration Act. Of course, we also want the amendments. But unfortunately, we cannot amend the Act. It is the Department of Home Affairs. It's on their domain. They can do it. We make proposals, yes. That we can do. But the process is with them. It's not with Correctional Services. And yes, we have discussions already set, and we will further enhance those discussions with Justice and with Home Affairs. And there's also a question, how do we ensure that offenders not re-enter the country? It's not Correctional Services who look at that. Therefore, you have your Border Management Agency and the police and Home Affairs. We cannot, yes, if they are caught, the records are there, and then, of course, they can deal with the offender on that basis. Can I say when it comes to parolees, I can specifically refer to lifers. Up to now, I had 5 applications of lifers, 3 Mozambicans and 2 Zimbabweans. I approved their parole. They were all in the 60 years old, but they were immediately sent back to their countries. There's already a court order that the moment they go on parole, they are sent back. But we don't have control what happens in foreign countries. You should also ask what negotiations with other countries, specifically our neighbor countries, because if you look, for instance, at the nationalities of the foreigners, you will see it's Mozambique, Zimbabwe, and those countries where we have, and Lesotho, of course. But that is on the terrain of international department. I would very much love to have a conversation with our neighboring countries, but I cannot just go as a minister, or the department can go and say, listen, we are now negotiating certain issues. That is on the high level of international affairs. So from my side, of course, and I feel the same. Can I say, the feelings expressed there when it comes to foreigners. And yes, you're quite right. It's not that we just want them all out of the country. And yes, the focus is the 65%. If we could have solved it on our own, I can assure you it would have been solved. But that's part of, and let me just say, I've mentioned in the previous session of our problems and our challenges. We have many. There are still many more. But we will take them. And I said to my personnel at one stage, it's like an elephant. How do you eat the elephant? You eat it piece by piece. And of course, we will try our best. Because, and I think there was a question on, where did I write it, the total cost of the foreigners. Maybe I don't know whether we have the answer, but I made a calculation, a quick calculation. At this moment, we have 25,447 foreigners. It is costing the taxpayer 463 rand per day, per inmate. So that works out at 25,474,463 rand per day. That is what foreigners are costing the taxpayer of South Africa. And I can assure you, I will do any effort to send them back. But it's not as simple as that. Thank you. I can hand over to the Commissioner.
TM?
No, thank you very much, Chair. I think the Minister is correct to say some of the legislations that needs amendments, it's all of us who should start that process on a serious note. And NC will assist me in terms of these international protocol that was all other countries ganged up against the Republic to say foreign inmates have a choice where they can serve. What is that protocol? Whereas South Africa were refused. Yes, South Africa refused and we're on our own. But all the other countries ganged up against South Africa to say they can serve the sentence there. And I think it's a matter which the Minister is correct to say at the level of international relations and other platforms really should be looked into. Because there are courts who issue a sentence and a place where you can go and serve your sentence. And that is guided by these pieces of legislation that governs their operation, how they give sentences. And when the courts say you should be in prison in Paulsmoor, as a department, we receive, it's a court order. We can't change it because if we don't implement and receive that person, we're in contempt of court and the Minister will be arrested. The NC, I mean, I will be embarrassed. So, so these court orders, they've got serious bearing on the department, especially for the executive authority. Hence, it will be good that as government, we don't talk about it easily to say, why don't you do this, why not this? Because you are legislators. Some of these things that are impediments to the department and causing a burden, we must initiate a process at the level of the portfolio and introduce those so that it comes and we amend these pieces of legislation that are in trouble. Because if we don't protect South Africa, yes, as DCS was saying that, if we don't protect our country, nobody will. But how do we do it? Because our laws and how court operates, it's a problem. That is why earlier on I said, if we could deal with your remand detainees and your foreign people within our centers, we don't have an overcrowding. It is that reason we're saying those international protocols are holding us at ransom, but it needs us to firm up our laws so that we can protect ours as a country. And it also, your section 73, subsection 1 of the Correctional Service Act, it says a sentenced prisoner remain in prison for the full period of that sentence. And Upiwa Corner says a prisoner sentenced for life imprisonment remains in the prison for the rest of their life. Then there are other things that it comes where they apply and qualify, because the minister will say, I'll grant you parole, but if the minister declines it, there's a new tendency and there are new case studies which we can follow, where a department has been taken to court. And those paroles will come as a result, not of a minister, but as a court result to say you must release that person. So that is why we're saying some of the things as a department we don't have control over. One example which is out of my head, Minister never approved the release of Janus Walus. That was released by the court to say you have served, let him go. And it's a foreign inmate that was within our facility. I can quote, you've got other cases that are there, which we can quote, where the court has forced the department to release. Your Smith case, and you've got others, your Mutsime versus the Minister of Correctional Services. You've got these cases. So we're saying we must try and tighten our laws and how we work with our courts. It goes back to those subcommittees and teams that works with our courts on how we deal with these things. And once a foreign national is due for parole, is released from our custody, we hence, and Home Affairs must execute deportation. Our relationship with an inmate, it ends when it's their last time to serve. We hand them over to those that deals with Home Affairs to deport them. And I must be corrected, the NC will come, but I've never heard that there is a foreign national that is serving a parole within our country, within our shores. And those that are given a sentence in terms of the breaches of Immigration Act, it's a crime. And that crime is committed in South Africa. And that preferred sanction was given by the courts of the Republic. And that is why they will serve in South Africa. And hence that international protocol, it covers them. And as South Africa, we're against it. And lastly, on the issues of your health and, I just want to go there quickly. On the issues of costs associated with your health and hygiene, it costs the department really a lot, because if you are overcrowded, surely you will spend much. It's just that as we responded earlier, we responded just on a helicopter view. But we must indicate that the current financial year, the department has spent 1.2 billion for nutritional services, and the 1.2 also is for health and hygiene services. Because the minister is correct to say, out of his head, he was calculating how much it costs us to keep a foreign national, your 484. But as you cost it entirely, it's quite expensive to keep, because it's not for the upkeep of an inmate only to say you must have food, you must have this. It has others. And as there are medical conditions for people that are of not origin of South Africa, it's quite costly. And I must indicate that that is really costing the department in terms of that. And that matter, Honorable Chair, through Honorable Dutra, it is taken care in terms of those. Because hence, that is why we are having your clinics within our facilities, you have doctors within our facilities, and nurses are there. Some of them, we make sure that they are on treatments, and we are getting a backlash from South Africans to say, yeah, they are living their life, they are getting their medical attention. But remember, the court said you must keep that person in a humane condition within that duration of that period. So if Tina says and medication, it will be a problem to us. Jigs kicks in. You've got other bodies that fight for prisoners' rights, and as a department, we are taken to court. So yeah, it's quite a department.
Jigs, you must keep on kicking in. You are assisting us. National Commissioner.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, Minister and Deputy Minister. Just to amplify the point that the Deputy Minister has just made of the responsibilities we have towards offenders, including also having to answer to oversight bodies. Our point, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, is that the limitations that we face that are not of our own making should also be taken into consideration. I can give an example with the question around healthcare services. There are correctional facilities where we actually need more than one nurse, but we do not have the budget to employ more than one nurse. So you have a situation where we have to take a security official to assist the nurse with administration. So these are circumstances that are not of our own making, and the plea that we are making is that as oversight bodies like JICS consider such cases, they should also recognize the fact that as a department, we are not capacitated enough to deal with this, address these responsibilities that we are seized with. On the issue of the policy on interstate transfer, we have a draft policy. It was presented to the JCPS cluster ministers in the 6th administration. We still want to present it through our minister to the JCPS cluster. But yes, the problem is the clause on consenting. And without belaboring the point, we start with the Constitution of South Africa, the human rights culture that is created by the Constitution. But our Constitution, of course, is one of those constitutions that conforms to United Nations founding and guiding principles on human rights, as I want to indicate. Hence, we have the Nelson Mandela rules that are minimum standards adopted by the United Nations, named after the former president. We sought legal advice on the policy. We received legal opinions from the Office of the Chief State Law Advisor and the State Law Advisor, as the Minister indicated, from the Department of International Relations and Cooperation. And both legal opinions confirmed that we have to seek consent from the offenders. We went beyond that. We interviewed 931 foreign nationals that are offenders in our facilities, and 80% of them were willing to be transferred back, meaning that if we test the consenting, we can get somewhere. But in the last discussion at the JCPS cluster of ministers, that part was rejected, the part of asking for consent. So you have a situation where as the department we can proceed because there's that discussion at that level, but at the same time there is willingness from some of the countries to take their offenders. But also there's the issue of sentences that differ from country to country. For instance, Botswana has a death penalty, we do not have. Those are the issues that are still being sorted out in terms of the policy. So I thought I should just clarify that, Honorable Chairperson, through the minister, if the committee wants us to come and present the draft policy, we can do that, but through the minister, as I've indicated. On the issue of amendment of legislation, in the medium-term development plan that was adopted by the extended cabinet Lekgotla, as the cluster we have identified laws that needs to be amended. And so we are working together as a cluster to amend all legislation that affects the work of the cluster, whether it's immigration legislation and other legislation in the space of the work of SAPS, NPA, and ourselves. So those acts are listed there, and Cabinet will be able to ensure that we do amend those pieces of legislation. Slide 5, Honorable Chairperson, attempts to answer the question from Honorable Ngaba on the numbers with regards to sentences, 10 to 15 years, 15 to 20 years, 20 years, and lifers. That slide attempts to answer the question. We will be directed to, if it doesn't give a complete picture, we can provide more information on that. Stilfontein, yes, all those foreign nationals that were arrested there, they are with us. And the expectation also is that if we get to, through the work of the cluster, also get to those that escaped from Mozambique, they will be in our facilities. So that's basically what the minister and the deputy minister were explaining on the issue of us receiving court orders and having to implement them. The figure that was given by the minister is correct in terms of the cost. I did a calculation, so the minister is very good at that.
At least it's not the ENCA calculations, National Commission.
Yes.
The commissioner nearly killed me for the calculations of ENCA, which I did not have control of.
Yes, no, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. That will be the response that one can give in adding to the minister and the deputy minister's responses. Parole is not granted if we do not confirm an address and if we don't confirm family support or guardianship. And if both of them, or in fact, if any of them falls off, we have to rearrest the offender. And in terms of legislation also, the Correctional Services Act, the minister can revoke parole. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Yeah, already there's incidences. I think we're speaking about it with Honorable Engelbrecht coming our way here on the revoking of parole that already media houses are inquiring on. And those affected already are, I think I have about 3 letters already that are sitting, which is the matter that we will equally refer to the legal team of Parliament to be able to advise the portfolio committee on how to navigate it so that we don't leave it hanging on the revoking part. Honorable Ngaba, when she asked the question, if I had heard correctly on the numbers of the sentences that you would have made mention of, National Commissioner, I think it was slide 5. She was making an indication of foreign nationals within those aspects of numbers. So this speaks to all offenders. So she wanted to be specific on foreign nationals. Did I hear you correctly, Mrs. Ngaba?
Yes, Chair. So based on the numbers there, they far exceed the foreign national population. That can't possibly be foreign nationals. I think that is the full total. And then within that, I would like to know how many are foreign nationals.
It means I heard you correctly. So I didn't want to interject whilst you were speaking, National Commissioner, but that was her question. When members pose questions, I dodge down so that I equally can be able to have an account of whether you have responded or not to questions that members have posed. You responded to the revoking of parolees that the minister has, but I did not get a sense, or maybe perhaps you would have responded, I did not hear, on how do we monitor foreign nationals that are given parole, especially those who are illegal in the country, in making sure that they adhere to their parole conditions. Do we wait for them to get deported, or we ship them back to Home Affairs and then Home Affairs deports them? That's a clarity. I'm not sure if you would have responded, I would have missed it. Minister, Deputy Minister, and National Commissioner. Mrs. Ngaba?
Chair, I've got two questions that weren't answered, and I'd also like just clarity on some of the things that were said. Is that okay? So the two questions, number one, I asked, what is the sentence for immigration-only offences? On average, how long are those people in there? The second thing I asked was the Lawyers for Human Rights case. What was the issue there? What was the wrongdoing and what challenges does that pose to you? Can you please explain that case? And then the minister said you can't pass, for example, home affairs legislation. Of course, that's true. My question was, have you had your lawyers or your researchers at least look at what needs to be done? Because if you come to us with that, then I can go to my colleagues, go to the minister and be like, DCS needs this. We can also be advocates for you, but you have to put in some of the work to help us do that. Yeah, and then, sorry, the National Commissioner, you spoke about there was, goodness me, what is this thing? So you had the inmates, the 931, and then 80% of them were actually good to go home. But who, did you say someone rejected that plan? I think the cluster. What happened there? I just didn't get what was going on around that story. And then the last thing was also to the National Commissioner. You spoke about how the cluster has identified laws that need to be amended. That's excellent. Can you please tell us what are the timelines on that? So those cluster things, have they been approved by Parliament? Do we know if lawyers are starting to work on that? Like, where is that process?
Thank you so much, Mrs. Ngaba.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. On the issue of the amendments to legislation, the work is taking place, and the processes will be presented to Parliament in line with, how legislation is processed. But the point that I was making is that instead of Department of Correctional Services looking at its own Correctional Services Act, the cluster is taking a cluster approach. So we look at the Criminal Procedure Act, we look at the acts that affect immigration, work, Department of Home Affairs, ours. So we are taking a cluster approach so that we harmonize these acts and then we are able to do our work as one value chain instead of having an act in another department hampering the work of the other department. So that's basically what we, as a cluster, presented to Cabinet through the medium-term development plan. As I've indicated, the Cabinet approved that. I did indicate that we have a draft policy on interstate transfer. It was presented to the Cabinet cluster, JCPS cluster, and the main debate was on consenting. The same issue that honorable members have raised, Honorable Chairperson, that how do you then subject the whole country to asking for consent? But I also did indicate that the strength of that provision in the draft policy comes from legal opinions that we received from the state law advisor, and also comes from conventions that are there that countries needs to observe as part of the United Nations and the standards internationally that countries have agreed to. So that's what the cluster of ministers said as a department we need to go back and work on. And that's why we proceeded then to test that consent provision in the draft policy as to whether will it get us somewhere if we take that route. And the results are what we presented, that 931, just as a snap research, 931 were interviewed and 80% of those were consenting to want to serve their sentences in their countries. Now, when it comes to sentences on immigration, I will not speak with authority on that. There's a minimum sentencing legislation that judges and magistrates are complying to. The legislation also provides a level of discretion. So we can only answer that question from the side of the offenders we have in the system. Mostly, they don't serve more than 18 months. Most of them are actually serving 3, 4, 5 months. So most of them don't qualify for parole. They actually have to finish their sentences within the correctional setting because the sentencing is less than 24 months. So that's the picture. But to provide specific numbers, if the committee allows, Honorable Chairperson, we can do that. Here we gave a more of a broad presentation. On the case of lawyers for human rights, I would need to be assisted unless the colleagues have details. I'm struggling to identify, which case specifically. So at the moment, I'm not able to provide a response on that, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you so much, National Commissioner. The Deputy Minister made an indication of the Correctional Service Act 73, subsection A and subsection B. Which speaks to those who are incarcerated to serve their full term in correctional services. So we need to enter into a discussion on how to get this act amended, especially in relation to foreign nationals. Because of this, it's an act that speaks to us directly. So we don't need to enter into bilaterals with any portfolio committee or department to enter into a discussion on the amendment of this act. So there must be work that we do on our part that speaks to us as a department, and the work that requires our sister department or the JCPS cluster, let's engage on that. But we equally as the portfolio committee will play our role to assist in this process. So the good thing is that there is a working relation amongst all of us in the security cluster as portfolio committee chairs, where we're discussing, having discussion on issues that cut across the portfolio committees. So amongst others, this is another matter that we equally need to look into. If there is a need for us to have joint portfolio committees to discuss these matters and acts that cuts across so that they are able to assist us in navigating this matter, there is a need to that. As equally as the JCPS cluster meeting, when they sit to enter into those discussions, we equally as the portfolio committees need to do that so that we assist the process. Would equally like to have that draft policy presented to the portfolio committee so that we can equally contribute to it up until its finalization, because the matter does not only affect the department but equally speaks to the portfolio committee, and we need to play our oversight role. So it becomes quite efficient and well that when we do play our oversight role, we play it informed and equally having to contribute to the policy making of this process. International relations and home affairs, I would have loved for you, National Commissioner, to expand on your relation with the DG of Home Affairs, Makode, on what your scope of relation on your programs that you had as Home Affairs and DCS. Perhaps in your discussions in future, you should be able to speak to the DG on these matters so that they equally assist us on acts that are home affairs, the Immigration Act, possibly lobby for an amendment to it. I would equally do the same to the Portfolio Committee Chair, Honorable Musa Chabane, and see if in future we can have bilaterals on these discussions. But what is strong coming from this meeting is that all the acts that speaks to foreign inmate population, which are those who are incarcerated in our facilities, we must find ways of getting them deported back to their countries to serve their minimum detention of sentence, especially those who are serving 10 years, 5 years, or more than 24 months, as you would have alluded, National Commissioner. The 3 months, 4 months, it's another matter, but we can't be spending as much. You are in the country legally, we still keep you. Why are we still keeping you? It makes no sense. So we need to have those discussions. And I'm happy that there is that discussion on the SADC countries when you have bilaterals. You do crisscross the country, National Commissioner, on some of the discussions or bilaterals you should have on correctional exchange programs. So let's also try to speak to these matters so that there is work done. What needs to be amended by us on acts, we should start with that discussion. We have requested the legal team of Parliament and the research team to look into this matter. They will bring, once they're done with their research work and proposal that they want to put to the Portfolio Committee, they will come and present to us and see how to navigate this matter. And this will be holistically, including justice, where it touches justice, home affairs, international relations, DCS, so that equally ourselves as the Portfolio Committee, when we start engaging with our counterparts of other portfolio committees, we are informed on what basis should we base our discussion on and how best can this act be amended, so that we don't speak emotional about these matters, but we speak informed on taking prudence to the law, the Constitution, and the human rights, so that we are not found on the other side of the law. But these are worrying stats and worrying numbers. Yes, once we take out the 25,000 of foreign inmate population, still doesn't address the issues of overcrowding that we have in our facilities, which is another major matter that we equally need to look into. JIX is appearing before the Portfolio Committee around March to present on the bail funding. The Portfolio Committee will also take a trip to benchmark on the bail funding process, so that we equally contribute in assisting the department in aiding of overcrowding. We need to enter into discussions with the Department of Justice to deal with pending cases that takes 2 years, more than that are not yet resolved, so that these processes get to be speedily dealt with to assist in mitigating overcrowding. So we equally need to play our part. Yes, we are an end user. We act on the basis of the courts when they give an order to incarcerate offenders, but we equally need to assist the system ourselves. We need to be proactive. If the ideas that we have that we need to give to our counterparts to assist in alleviating overcrowding, whilst we are busy with incarceration, we need to do that. So those are the recommendations we're putting. The reports that are due to the Portfolio Committee will request that you bring. The stats that Mrs. Ngaba would have requested, we request that it gets to be sent to the Portfolio Committee. We would hate a situation where you appear before the Portfolio Committee over stats that could have been furnished and given to the Portfolio Committee. We'll get an indication from yourself, Minister, and your team on how soon can you come and present on the draft policy, so that the Portfolio Committee can also equally have a discussion on the matter and input where necessary. Would also refer the speak part of the soliciting an opinion from the legal team of Parliament and researchers, will also put the Correctional Service Act 73, subsection A, subsection B, to the legal team of Parliament, including researchers, to look at it on behalf of the Portfolio Committee. Once they give us that opinion, we'll also invite the department to come in so that we can have a holistic discussion on how best we assist one another in amending this act. Because equally, you would present it as a department, it will be coming to the Portfolio Committee to make inputs, public hearings and all that, so that officially it gets to be amended, and then Parliament to approve it, NCOP to deal with concurrence, and so forth and so on process. But let's be proactive and start working towards that journey together. So those are what would have sent or are sending to the legal team of Parliament. Once we have received, we'll invite the department on a discussion on that. DM, any parting ways? We're on our end of our session.
I'm covered, Chair, but just to say, my head, I want to bear it on the sand to say there were issues that we said we're gonna submit, and we haven't yet submitted. And I think NC there, we should submit all the reports so that there's nothing that taint our department. Thank you.
Minister? You can proceed, Minister.
Okay, then I close, Chair. Let me say this to you, that I can say that the overcrowding is also a big concern for President Ramaphosa. Because when we meet, not in cabinet, I'm not allowed to speak out of cabinet, then he asked me, how do I, what progress is there? He understands it. And I said, we will make a thorough presentation to cabinet. So be assured that I think also every citizen in South Africa are concerned about this. So from our side, and can I then suggest, the chairperson, and it comes directly to you, you have the parliamentary program on bills, when there is an amendment bill when it comes to Home Affairs, that I think it will be a good idea that this committee look at the bill, you know the process, they ask for submissions, that you, on behalf of this committee, look at the bill and also make recommendations and make an input to Home Affairs. The more ideas we can get, the better, because it's not an exclusive matter of one committee cannot make recommendations and submissions when another portfolio committee is dealing with legislation. So from my side, I would propose that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Like I said before, we'll have a discussion with the counterparts of the other portfolio committees on such matters. I made an indication as well that there is a relation that we've created as portfolio committee chairs of the security cluster, all 5 of us. And this is because of we would have had a joint security cluster media briefing. That made us to be able to speak amongst ourselves and try to speak on issues that cuts across. So that, rest assured, Minister, will be done. Any bill that cuts across DCS that affects this committee and the department, the portfolio committee will make an input and submission on the matter so that this matter is addressed and we get to find justice in this cause. Those who are legally in the country and are incarcerated in our facilities need to serve their minimum sentences in their own countries. We're not xenophobic, we're not either way, we're just saying if you would have transgressed, you need to go and get to be incarcerated in your country of origin. So that's a submission we make. Thank you so much, colleagues, for coming through, including the department. The next meeting will be next week on Tuesday. It is a physical meeting. It's on remedial action presented to the public protector on what the public protector expects the department to do. I think there's somewhere it's 90 days and so forth. So if some of those actions you would have done to the public protector, we'll request them to bring them before the portfolio committee. Where you have not, the draft that needs to be sent to the public protector. So ours is to make sure that you do comply with the remedial action of the public protector. So we'll meet next week, physical sitting. The venue will be communicated. Thank you so much. The meeting stands adjourned. There is a finger large, colleagues, outside, and then members, transport starts to leave at 2:30. So we can be quick to grab something and then we leave.